6:30 GMT, this is Weekend from the BBC World Service. Still to come, going home, how some Lebanese are returning to the south of the country. But is it safe to do so? How Lebanon's recent history is being turned into comedy at the Edinburgh Fringe Festival. And Scottish folk music from that same international arts event. That's all here on Weekend after the World News.
BBC News with World Football's governing body, FIFA, has denounced what it called a concerted and ongoing effort to undermine its political president, Infantino. Mr. Infantino has spoken to French leadership. European governing body. Iran's top security body has warned that the Strait of Hormuz will not open until the US accepts its demands from Tehran, including counter-sanctions and coming war declarations. Despite this, Iran and Oman have described their talks on new arrangements for the region as positive and constructive. The state of emergency has been Colombia, where dozens of out-of-control wildfires have claimed thousands of people. Station. A jet carrying the suspected Irish founder involved in international protest against the fire is never been identified. Recovery would be a long process after he experienced significant blood loss. BBC World News.
You're listening to the BBC World Service. I'm Julian Figures Weekend. With me throughout the programme, Charlotte Higgins, British journalist, author of several books about the classical world, the chief culture writer of The Guardian, and Alex Russell, British journalist and foreign editor of the Financial Times newspaper. We go to Lebanon now, 2 months from the ceasefire agreement which ended the conflict between Israel and Hezbollah. Violence spread on Wednesday. Israel made a simple attack.
Most of the people in the area did the same. We were sitting peacefully at home when all of a sudden we started hearing explosions. My younger siblings were terrified. We only came back to see me, but life here in the south feels like I will never feel safe.
We watched our family in South Sudan, so now I'm plan Turkey. I'm sure I can see the within this moment I feel our life is in a danger moment. At this moment we're also looking to survive. So we don't know mean, my close family, like father, mother, my wife, and my child, and my sister. And I try to find everyone close because we know the main problem when we want to run one big area, we have almost 1 million. We want to run. We don't have even the way to run. This is why the people normally start one day in the route. And it's very complicated. You have a child, you have all people with you, take a point.
Where did you go after that?
After I know the war will go on for a long time. And maybe and transport to Beirut, transport into Beirut. For 3 days, it's been very complicated. Till I find the tunnel is suitable to move in, I take it to Beirut.
And you have two other children as well, don't you? How have they been affected by this?
Sure, I have my son and my daughter who have at the school, but it's almost first year we cannot continue the school normally because the school is set in Montreal. It's not safe to send you because you have to worry every day you send him to school. Even my child is lost his continuity of education, and he lost his communication with his social environment because within 3 years the feeling of war is there. You know, maybe sometimes it's a big war, sometimes little, but we always, every day we hear the sound of bomb, the sound of airstrike, the sound of artillery. It's non-stop, you know.
Right.
It doesn't mean that we understand.
So even though you've gone back to your village now, it still feels as if there is a war going on around you.
Yeah, it is. Every day you have to, every day I have to call my daughter.
If that's still going on around, people listening might be wondering why you've decided to go back.
You know, first of all, you want to, because you want to continue your life. I should try to not be the collateral damage, you know, like between both sides. Now, my house still there, and my village is still there.
The drawer of home, Ali Kanso speaking to me from southern Lebanon on his initial decision to get out, because clearly family had to reach now his decision to return despite what is still going on around that area. Well, our next guest on the program is also Lebanese. He is John Ashton, on tour here in the UK.
We don't have this in Lebanon. No, I mean, we have the kidnapping part, but we don't have the alert. I mean, if someone is kidnapped, someone will jump from the window. Zuzu, what's that right now? I told you, already in Arabic. Zuzu loves it. Zuzu loves it. Last time, police in Arabic. We use a lot of Arabic.
From the Scottish capital, Edinburgh, where he's performing at the Fringe Festival, the world's largest performing arts festival. John, welcome to the program. Good morning. I'm always struck by that. We have people on from the arts world at this time of the morning. It's just not right.
Yeah. Especially for performance. This is the first performance. This is crazy.
Well, listen, we won't keep you for more than 10 minutes, and then you can go to the festival. But it's very interesting listening to what we've done, and then what we've done on stage, and you're both from amidst the sound.
I think what really took this story, I think there is a lot about and where I think it's hard when I heard the interview, this is home. Like also my wife's parents are from the south, and they decided to go back home. But I think all what we do is an act of resistance as well, is a way to showcase that life should go on. If it's me now in Edinburgh trying to tell my story in my broken English in a way to tell everyone that it was never about the words. It was more about the stories that we have to tell. All this guy who have just received on the program.
You obviously struck a chord straight away in the studio session where you on the behavioural theory. So you're nodding to
what you were saying, and I just thought about people to really get that the sort of lived experience behind the lines, certainly behind the headlines, and enter this quite intimate space of what makes people laugh, the kind of stories about people's lives. And I just wondered what reaction you were getting in Edinburgh, because on the one hand, comedy is very culturally specific, I think. On the other hand, it is something, paradoxically, that really can cut through cultures and bring people together. So how is it going for you there?
Yes, I think what I learned in Edinburgh that it's way beyond the words, right? We connect as individuals on our stories. Even like if not everyone wants to the world, everyone wants before coming here, and Canadians, they are so nice with Canadians compared to people in the UK. Yeah, Canadians are always apologetic if they don't understand a joke. They come at the end of the show to ask me to explain a certain joke that didn't land well, and I go in the most awkward conversations after the show just to explain myself. But yeah, this is the thing. In the UK, I was afraid in the beginning, like people tell me, this is where comedy is happening. It will be harsh. You know, I feel the work in Canada, and now I'm doing it. I'm starting my career from scratch in English, going back to a random cave under the city with 20 people. This is insane. Like even like my audience, the Lebanese audience, when they come to watch me in Edinburgh, they were, what happened to you? How did you end up here? Why? And then you will never catch me at a worldwide selling tickets for £5. This is an exception.
Well, I'm fascinated by the revelation about Canadians and their reaction to stand-up comedy. I want to bring Alison to have a word with you, John, as well.
Well, John, this reminds me that there's been a rich series of powerful drama coming out of your region in terms of refugees and some of the Euripides' tragedies to the height of refugees. There's another one taking place in Edinburgh at the moment, I think, based on Euripides' Hecuba, and it's put on by a Syrian-Palestinian refugee. And I wonder what do people ever say to you? This is what we're going to.
living in countries that are being destroyed is like we have normal life and we were going through normal education, normal career, normal dreams, like everyone else. And then it's exciting and sometimes, especially in Lebanon, people think, oh, it's just one area that is being bombarded and the other country is safe, which is practically, which is true. But the thing is, everyone is affected. Everyone, every family, every soul, every task, every dream. And so now all my family, and no one is in Lebanon. I know, like, I'm in Edinburgh, maybe I can say this, but I feel everything should be layered in Edinburgh and to go deeper in the conversation, maybe in other places, no one there, but this is why I'm becoming as well.
The whole point of comedy in a sense is that it breaks through certainty factors. What is the thing that makes it laugh? You can touch that seriously. It's always subversive and fascinating way. Anywhere else, and it's humanizing. Aspect of deflects or stops the despair becoming overwhelming.
Well, many of the good fellows that walk in Tuxedo will probably encounter that. John, a final question about your comedy club in Beirut. You opened that. How's it going? What are audiences like? Are they better audiences than the UK ones?
We're making it happen for me. That's all.
This year, an all-female traditional Scottish folk band called Dance. The name means both, or bass and gap. They play traditional instruments, like piano, and they're performing alongside the so listen to a little bit of that performance. joined there by the Cannon, the Carpenters, the Classics, the band, and the folks who welcome both of you to Quebec. And what was it like in States? What was the response? We're talking about the response to a Lebanese comedian. And what was the response?
I think there was some news about the Doric being used, but I know it was great to get to share with such a number of international audience. Lots of traditional tunes and tunes that we've written in traditional style, and kind of trying to bring a contemporary approach to it as well.
Let's listen to one of your instrumental performances. Great to have a chance to listen to that. Let me bring my guests in because both Ellie and Roy are obviously listening in Edinburgh to you, Alec and Charlotte. Chat away to our musicians.
Well, it's just utterly mesmerising to listen to this, and it's made me think of two things really. One, obviously the sort of the eternal power of folk music. I remember my late dad when he went to visit his
interested by what you were saying just now about you're working with traditional tunes, composing tunes that are in a traditional style, but also bringing this contemporary edge to it. And what fascinates me about traditional Scottish music is this sense of it being a living tradition. It's not something that's sort of in aspect that you're excavating as if it was an archaeological object. conference speaking about, connections with noble people in northern Spain or the Balkans who are working on kind of parallel traditions, but I think it's still that sense of international link as well.
Yeah, definitely. We actually recently, it's one of the kind of favourite things we've done as a band, had a kind of 3-day, almost a residential, with us and 5 Breton musicians. And then at the end of it, we put on 2 performances. And it was so interesting to kind of share our music with them, and they brought some Scottish songs to us as well, but arranged in their style. Like, I had never heard some of those songs sound like that before, but it was incredible. And there's so many different traditions and different feelings that we like to explore. And now I know you play a lot of other traditions as well.
Yeah, but I've been lucky enough to kind of travel quite a bit the last few years, and I've spent a lot of time, particularly in Ireland, playing more folk songs, but also again I was in Modern Festival in France, and I worked with I was on a stand with all the 6 Celtic nations, and we got to know each other very well. So this was a traditional folk song. It's kind of claimed from the spoken words, and Americans don't say it. And most people think it's very Scots people don't say it. But in this case,
When kids have questions, we find the demonstrably false claims but did not specify the reporting it was referring to. It added that the future of its president should be decided by established democratic processes and not be the subject of allegation, insinuation or misinformation. Mr. Infantino is due to stand for election for a fourth term as future president next March.
Daniel Kinahan is alleged to be the leader of the Kinahan Organised Crime Group, involved with the U.S. Treasury Department has described the Kinahan cartel as one of the most dangerous in the world, and an award of $5 million has been offered by the authorities there for information on the team. GMT. Welcome to the World Service. Good news to the American. British journalist, several books about the classical world, chief culture writer of The Guardian, and Alec Russell, British journalist and foreign editor of the Financial Times.
Up in the clouds are jealous knowing we found sanctuary. Try to be where you are.
Before the waterway can be reopened?
So the conditions they put forward is actually in relation to the Iranians agreeing to direct talks between the U.S. and Iran. But in conversations I've had trying to get clarification, it does appear to be something appears to be happening in the negotiations that has caused them to take this position. It could also be greater, and as a result, had that happened, they believe Trump would not have broken the MOU and restarted the war in the first place. So if that narrative is something that more supported within the system, maybe
the MOU is a memorandum of understanding that we a few weeks ago and taken this position we're in now. I mean, as you say, when you look at this, and I got this country here in full, we are only reduction of damage.
Certainly, these are non-starters, not all of them, but most of them are non-starters. And if you actually do put them forward as preconditions, then it is a signal that they're not interested in a negotiation or interested in the deal. However, I don't think that is exactly what is happening. What is being put forward on the public level is not necessarily what is reflected in the negotiation.
So what now, in terms of who's going to talk to whom and take us any further forward?
Position of the other musicians. To anything
now, as we speak, any significant just at this minute?
No, we are not seeing any significant traffic whatsoever. The street essentially closed right now, and that is obviously creating a lot of problems. Oil prices are not as high as I would expect, but I do think that the actual price of oil is much, much higher than the 89.90 level that it was. This is going to be a significant problem for Trump if it continues for a couple more weeks after it comes back.
feelings out to provide a more...
I'm so tired of my fake friends. Chaque fois c'est le même jeu, le même refrain. Pourquoi faire semblant de m'aimer, même si c'est pas la vérité. I'm so tired of my fake friends. So tired of my fake friends.
Since then, with 600 to 700 a year being produced, the US has fired maybe around 2,500, and Saudi Arabia alone has fired more than 1,300, with the Gulf nations firing less. Ukraine, from the European point of view, is to continue essentially giving away very, very small stocks that European countries still have, without any timeline for when they might be able to replenish those stocks. So European stocks,
so European stocks are very low, so that's not really an option. I mean, on the American side, President Trump, not so long ago, if you try and build a big factory in Ukraine, particularly with American contractors, the Russians will nightly situation in Ukrainian cities. I'm just going to, if I may, Julian, just quote just one little line from a Ukrainian writer who both Charlotte and I know well, a man called Alexander Niket, who's been writing beautifully and tangibly about the state of play in Ukraine. And he sent me something just this week, and here's just one line. He says, the mood every evening as people anticipate strikes is like this. He says, it's like a downpour you can't yet sense, but can already feel through a drop in atmospheric pressure or an ache in your joints. And what he meant was this sense of anticipation you're about to be hit by drones and so on. So it's this extraordinary, I suppose, almost paradox at the moment. On the one hand, you're seeing Ukraine is hitting oil fields in Russia. It's hitting Russia's biggest online retailer. On the other hand, of course, Ukraine is being harder hit than perhaps we ever before. But Charlotte, you go back.
Well, that sort of poetic reflection is one that you would have heard doubtless when you've been there many times. Sure.
Yeah, I've been there when there have been adequate, at least, air defence in Kiev, and now it's horrific. Ballistic missiles extremely fast. You described incredibly lucidly the difference between cruise missiles and ballistic missiles. Ballistics are thrown like a ball, but as I understand it, that through incredible heights and then drop with the force of gravity. I mean, you can't get to the shelter in time is the crucial thing about the speed of trajectory of a ballistic missile. And I don't know, another amazing writer submitted a piece to The Guardian this week, which I really hope is going to be published, which talked about, this is an amazing playwright, Alina Sarnatska. She talks about friends of hers who have been coping with this for 4.5 years, getting up in the morning, doing their work, keeping their bill with their children, paying for their children to go to the private nursery where there's a bomb shelter as opposed to the public nursery where there isn't a bomb shelter. That the city is effectively unprotected, and it's just deeply upsetting and depressing.
Just in a brief final word, if I may, in the light of everything we've talked about, countries have had very good reasons for that, of course. Where do you think we are?
I'd say, ironically enough, given what we're discussing on the ballistic missiles and the constant strikes that the lack of protection there is resulting in, Ukraine has actually managed an extraordinary transformation in the momentum of the war in general terms, particularly in terms of the dynamics at the front lines. It was pushed back to a really pretty dire situation at the beginning of this year, but particularly since mid-January or so, and thanks in part to the reforms that now former Defence Minister Fedorov was pushing, it has achieved a situation where Russia is gaining almost no territory in ballistic terms. Ukraine is managing to take back little bits of Russia, managing to take certain bits around certain areas where it's a main effort. But in other words, Russia really isn't advancing.
The casualties they're inflicting are huge. The long-range and mid-range strike campaigns that Ukraine has been undertaking against oil and gas have been inflicting real political as well as physical damage internally in Russia on the Putin government. But the big hole is a lack of sufficient Patriot interceptors, and the only country that can really solve that is the United States. Thank you so much.
With great power, how Spider-Man conquered Hollywood during the golden age of comic book creation.
I think it's a combination of two different things. One, fans love Tom Holland's interpretation specifically of Spider-Man. I think that it's all But even off-screen, they love the combination of him and Zendaya.
I am from home.
Around their two characters, and the fans are turning up to support that. You know, too, there's just been a bit of Marvel fatigue. Marvel has been down a little bit in terms of the quality of their films. But Spider-Man's one of those that, you know, whether you're a diehard fan or just a casual blockbuster attendee, you know what you're getting from the Spider-Man films, and people are hungry for that in the summertime.
You referred a moment ago to Tom Holland's interpretation. What is he doing with this character that is particularly appealing to filmgoers?
He is giving a version of Peter Parker and Spider-Man that readers of the comics it's not Batman who's a billionaire with all the toys at his disposal. It's a kid who's just trying to do the right thing. Spider-Man's great, Spider-Man wins every time. The war against crime. Spider-Man goes wherever the Morbius and Madam Web, and the audience was included. The Spider-Man films that Tom Holland has been in have benefited from the fact that
more than people were expecting just now. What's that all about?
Well, it's good products being put into the theaters, and Hollywood's still struggling with that. There's, the two big things that slowed the industry down. One was the pandemic, and the other was a writer's strike that sort of ground Hollywood to a halt. We are now climbing out of that, and the studios are sort of stockpiling the types of films that they're able to get into theaters, but we don't have enough. We're seeing one big movie every weekend where we used to see 2 to 3. Nothing major is going to films that they can support.
Sean O'Connell, journalist, two movies as well that came up in that conversation with the Odyssey, which I think Charlotte and
with huge enjoyment in our podcast Exploring the Odyssey. So it's now all my Christmases have come at once because everybody wants to talk about the Odyssey. And I must say that I have been enjoying so much, not only the conversations about the movie The Odyssey, but increasingly also about the poem The Odyssey, and the whole discourse about the movie as it's developed, and different interpretations have been brought to bear, different critiques. I mean, one thing that I'm really interested in is this emerging critique of the film, critique the reading of the film, that it's in some way about the collapse of the international view of both.
Said to have been part inspired by her to make his epic film. Well, I asked her almost this same question.
You've got about 20 seconds.
Okay, very briefly. And she said that if Trump was a character from that era, it would be Agamemnon. But he is a proud and petulant leader who expects people to bring tribute to him. I rather like that.
Thank you for your brevity. Okay. You're with Weekend on CBC World Service.
is made possible by American Public Radio, a distributor of award-winning public radio content, engaging audiences, creating meaningful experiences, and fostering conversations. 8 p.m., American Public Radio, with support from Odoo.com.
Summertime is the right time.
The strike on the Aramco refinery in Jazan was in response to Saudi intelligence and military plans. Two bomb attacks have taken place in Colombia on the first day in office of the new president. during doses. Flights have been disrupted at Australia's busiest airport, Sydney, after 2 planes were involved in a near-miss incident. Australia's air safety regulator said a taxiing Jetstar Airbus was forced to brake abruptly when a Qatar Airways plane crossed the runway while being towed. The family of the American celebrity blogger Perez Hilton have said that he's in a serious but stable condition after he was admitted to hospital earlier this week. A statement posted to Hilton's website said he had experienced significant blood loss. BBC News.
You're listening to the BBC World Service. I'm Julian Miracle. This weekend with me throughout the programme, Charlotte Higgins, British journalist who Now, Sigmund Freud, the Austrian neurologist and founder of psychoanalysis, is regarded as one of the most influential minds of the last century. Here he is, explaining his work in a recorded broadcast for the BBC in 1938.
I discovered some important new facts about the unconscious, the way of instinctual urges and so on. Out of these findings grew a new science, psychoanalysis, a part of psychology, and a new method of treatment of the neurosis.
Of course, some of that will appreciate that over time, the recording doesn't necessarily save itself as neatly as it would do were at present day. That was 1938. A year after Freud had fled Nazi-occupied Vienna to London, where he died influential, but also controversial as well, the man himself and his psychoanalyst. Discovery of the brain and of dreaming, and his use of psychoanalytic techniques in contemporary neuroscience, is arguing in a new book that science has proven right, both Freud's theory of mind, that our suffering arises from truths we haven't yet faced, and his psychoanalytic methods. Well, I spoke to him about his book published in May, which is entitled The Only Cure, Freud and the Neuroscience of Mental Healing. I put first to him whether it was, as one reviewer in a piece published this week in the Atlantic magazine put it, an attempt to rehabilitate Freud.
Well, I see why it's described like that, but I have to say my aim was to re-evaluate Freud as objectively as I can, and my goal in this book was to translate Freudian psychological ideas into the language of 21st century mental science, which means, for the most part, translating them into neuroscientific terms, and then having a look how well they stack up from the point of view.
For those who aren't familiar with Freud,
human beings, whatever else we are, we're a species of animal. Therefore, we're embodied creatures like all the other animals. We have to meet our needs. We need to eat, and one needs to drink, and one needs to sleep. Likewise, we have emotional needs. One needs to stay safe. One needs to get rid of frustrating impediments and so on. And then, as you can see from what I've just said, the link is feelings. Feelings are how we come to know how well or badly we're doing in terms of meeting our needs, including our emotional needs. And that, I think, is the absolute essence of what Freud was trying to do. Freud was trying to study this setup that I've just described using the methods that we have from the subjective point of view. What what is it like to be a brain. In doing this, Freud was hampered by having very limited methods, but he also had the advantage of taking a nature into science, and I think that was a valuable contribution.
Some of those subjective feelings would have been influenced by something that might have happened in the early years of one's life.
Yes, so in your saying that, you're touching on 2 points which allow me to elaborate on now. But it was a novel idea those days. Freud observed that the early childhood years are when we laid the foundations of the structure of our personalities, and that traumatic events that occurred during those years cast a long shadow. Nowadays we call them adverse childhood experiences, and it's empirically well demonstrated that adverse childhood experiences render us vulnerable to later psychopathology. The second point that you touched on there is that those early childhood experiences are shrouded in what Freud called infantile amnesia. So even though they're so influential, you have no idea what they are in the future. Influencing what you're doing throughout mental life. So this is the idea of which was totally introduced by Freud, and it was thought to be an oxymoron to speak of unconscious mental functions. But Freud said, sorry, there are things that we have learned that we remember without being able to draw them up into conscious memory, which influence what we do. That too, nowadays, is an absolute truism. In modern cognitive science, everybody knows that large portions of what the brain does, it does unconsciously. So this is the sort of thing that I unpack in the book. You know, that there are ideas that are mainstream conventional wisdom in modern cognitive neuroscience, so much so that we forget that they were in fact novelties introduced by Freud, sort of 100 years ago.
And at that point, and for a significant period of time afterwards, he was hugely controversial. But then came a point when people started to question what he was saying, and we got to a stage, didn't we, where quite renowned philosophers, other people who appraised what he was doing and saying, started to call it all pseudoscience. Why were they wrong, or do you think they were wrong?
So the main philosopher in question, who's not a minor philosopher, is Karl Popper, the philosopher of science, and it was him who made that statement that you just alluded to, that psychoanalysis is pseudoscience. In other words, it looks like science, but it isn't science. And what he meant by that, and he said this very clearly, was that if a theory is a scientific theory, then it must give rise to predictions which can be tested experimentally, and they must be falsifiable. In other words, it must be possible for the experiment to disprove the theory. And Popper said, with Freudian theory, this is not possible. For example, Freud claimed that behind every dream lies a wish. If you look at conscious remembered dreams, they don't look very wishful. And Freud says, but that's because behind the dream is an unconscious wish. And Popper made the point, the very reasonable point, well, if it's unconscious, and only the psychoanalyst observes it, they can always claim that they find an unconscious wish. I think a necessary correction. It's because it's true. Those days, using Freud's psychological methods, we couldn't test these theories. But nowadays, we've got a plethora of other methods which can help us to test these theories. So, for example, in my own early research, I've been at it for 40 years now, I did studies of the dreaming brain using using methods that were undreamt of in Freud's day, which enable us to image what's going on in the brain while we're sleeping. And what it shows very clearly is something called the brain reward system, the major positive motivational mechanism of the human brain and indeed of the mammal brain in general, is lit up like a Christmas tree while we're dreaming. So this is, really quite remarkable.
As you say, I think that because years and spent so much time and thinking everything the complete work. So you are extremely well placed to make the observations you are. I mean, I put to you the pseudoscience claim, but I mean, people also started to attack him, didn't they, about the kind of man he was. I mean, I've got a list here of various accusations that were levelled at him: sexist, misogynist, bully, narcissist, homophobe, pervert, and that is just half of a very long list. I mean, what were people thinking then that drove them to that conclusion?
Well, I'm glad you mentioned the fact that I translated Freud. It wasn't my intention to revise the translation of Freud's psychological works. I actually wanted to translate Freud's neuroscientific works, because I was doing that translation work. The publishers of his psychological works asked me to revise those 24 volumes. In doing so, drew up papers that were untranslated and unknown, which demonstrates, that all of those accusations are just unfounded. Apart from what I've just said, that there were documents which demonstrate what Freud's views really were on things like homosexuality and so on. Also, we judge Freud from the viewpoint of our mores. It's really unfair to judge somebody outside of the temporal context within which they live. By the standards of Freud's contemporaries, he was very progressive and very enlightened in regard to all those things. So, I think that we've been very unfair to Freud.
Mark Sullivan's book, published in May, When We Killed Freud and Neuroscience, recommends really that particular point of the only experience of experience a bigger picture. What are we talking about?
The first thing I took was, I thought, what a wonderful cuteness of Jeremy. It was so intense. You're like this sort of struggle by an integrated time. But it was you had to get it. Ultimately, messages that in a day in an electric family.
A cure. But what I do have a strong sense of and a strong feeling about is that psychoanalysis as an interpretive tool is extremely important and extremely interesting. And it made me think actually of a set of essays that Dr. Rose, the thinker and philosopher, published a couple of years ago called The Play. And one of the essays in that book is using psychoanalytic interpretation of Trump and Netanyahu and Putin, and it's, I think, extremely illuminating. And the way of thinking about these issues is quite different from what the sort of thing that Alison produced for our newspapers. And it's I don't think Freud has needed revival or rehabilitation.
I put that list of accusations to him as to what Freud was called, and he would be called that today, but today's values are different.
Yes, I thought it was. It was very interesting listening to your point to sort of push back on that. Really, but Charlotte, on your point about power, and leaders, I really think that it's really interesting to see what what links them and what qualities they share. Although arguably, ultimately, they're quite simple, these characters, aren't they? I mean, it's power and money, isn't it?
I mean, I guess, but there's some really interesting relationships with death that I think are quite, just fascinating to observe. You know, I mean, that's one of the things that Jacqueline Rose drew out, was this sort of pushing back against the idea of death that we've seen in
married off very young in Quebec, and he had to leave behind his son and stay in her close to Belgium, and her children born during her second marriage. It was a secret from France until her death, 88, here in Britain. It was only after her death that her son, Absalom, now 66 years old, managed to track down one of his half-sisters, Mrs. Brownlee, born a blonde, about the late mother, and published on the business's website, came up in a chat GPT test. I spoke to myself, Canada, and Nicky, who lived in London, that's my first visit to a long search for another incident.
Members of my family, missing and had, really, it took a little while to effort to ask my father to give me a first aid to complete the family tree, and that's about the most amount of information that I got.
So tell us about the breakthrough.
So I think the breakthrough with me was honestly just like accidental, is that we were on vacation. I had a pretty challenging last year, fighting this cancer stuff. We were using the AI to, essentially plan about the she may have followed, lived in Africa, India, and the UK, and I got a result, and I think that result was the article that my lovely sister here wrote. That basically, when I read that article, it just sort of it seems to connect the pieces, but I was so, you can focus on, is this real? Is this true or not? I need some sort of verification, right? This could all still be circumstantial.
So, Nikki, tell us about the article and what your, as it turns out, brother saw.
Yes, I am a jewelry designer and I have a website called CILV. I grew up with so much influence, creative influence from my mom. about a year and a half or a year after she died, I think, I wanted to honour her creativity and honour the creative legacy that she's left me, which is what I express through my own work, because I learned all of that from her, how to make things beautiful, from clothing to, it's jewellery that I do now. I would go to her for advice, it's a tough day today. She would always say, what was the expression she used to use? Slow and steady influence.
Yes, very, very fitting for this story, as you say.
Exactly.
And just as people listen to this extraordinary family story, Nikki, that they're thinking, so how do the other pieces fit together? We should say that she was your mother via her second marriage.
Yes.
And obviously her past, which included Avatar, wasn't something that had been discussed at all.
Never spoken. She never once said anything that in a direct sentence that I have been married before. I really started to try and search a little bit more about her through her brother who lives in Birmingham. He's her last living sibling, and I became the detective when I needed to find Avatar for my mom, because in her later years she was crying and she had dementia, and I think those memories were very real for her and very present in those moments. And she would say Mera Bacha and cry, and Mera Bacha in Punjabi means my child. And because I was a little bit older and I sort of understood her trauma better, I hope that I was a lot of comfort to her.
Well, I'm sure you were. After having read that article, what was the next step in terms of what you did and how you eventually contacted Nikki?
Because it was published on the Sohawi site, it was fairly easy to find Nikki's business email address, and I crafted an email that I would like to learn more about your mother's life in India, because I really feel just from reading the article that it helps me, and we might have to start a connection. I think we're learning about and I said, with my wife, I said, let's go get some coffee and some
I was just like, whoa, and my mind started thinking, I was like getting quite emotional. And I sent him a very polite reply saying I'd be open to having a conversation. When we did actually speak, it was a voice call first. And Roger, why don't you tell them what you were asking?
So I said, thanks for taking my call. Can you tell me what your mom's like in India? And I did ask, I said, did she know each other?
Tears come to my eyes.
Yeah, even I am tripped up.
Long long-lost half-brother and sister, Avtar Singh and Nikki Damu, now reunited. Speaking to me there, as you might have imagined, we had a longer conversation than the one that you just played me, but hopefully the efforts of the extraordinary very close together. Charlotte, it's a very moving story.
It's a really moving story, and I suppose what it put me in mind of, I think it comes originally from a bit of Guardian reporting by my colleague Jenny Keenan, who wrote this story for Saturday Guardian Weekend magazine a few weeks ago. But it's technology bringing a family reunion, which of course has become increasingly common since DNA testing has been widely and commercially available. Family reunion came about not through DNA but through AI, which is
details on early voting, registering to vote, and more. You can even subscribe to our email roundups featuring all of our election coverage.
Make Vermont Public your source for the state's 2026 midterms. Visit vermontpublic.org/election.
From gardens and grasses, houseplants and horticulture, I'm Charlie Nardozzi. Catch all things gardening every Friday evening and Sunday morning on Vermont Public.
107.9 WBPS, Burlington, Montreal.
88.7 WRVT Rutland.
94.3 WBTN FM Bennington.
88.9 WBDA Battle.
89.5 WBPR Windsor.
85 WBPA St. Johnsbury.
Or listen to the Vermont Public.
And Senate Sunday after the news, facing the mandatory extension of King to enable the drug trade to straddle the world.
John had allegedly acted as a broker. The cartels needed him, someone who had connections on both sides.
Paid any attention, nor did most people flinch when the Ukrainian drone zoomed into the sky and a jet could be heard flying overhead.
And in Naples, the growing conflict of King and Queen.
This is the home of Airplane+Meteor. The compulsive surrounding Campania region, newborns think the science of 8 and 9-year-olds up over range.
The descendants were primarily over Pakistan.
Ongoing effort to undermine this illegal testing farming campaign. President Kavanaugh has first increased criticism over his abandoned plan to sell steaks and testing was given a 6-foot severance payment while he was UEFA's General Secretary. Greg McKenzie reports.
FIFA has issued a robust defense of its president.
In a statement, it says the FIFA president was democratically elected by FIFA's member associations and continues to serve with their mandate. It said recent reporting included unsubstantiated assertions and demonstrably false claims. FIFA says it welcomes legitimate scrutiny, but will challenge reporting it considers inaccurate or misleading.
The Houthis in Yemen say they've carried out a drone attack on a Saudi refinery on the Red Sea coast. The Iranian-backed group's military spokesman said the strike on the Aramco refinery in Kazan was in response to Saudi incursions into northwest Yemen. The Houthis announced a maritime blockade of Saudi Arabia last month, reigniting the conflict and adding to pressure on global energy supplies caused by the Iran war. Meanwhile, Iran's top security body has warned that the Strait of Hormuz won't open until the United States accepts 6 demands. Sebastian Usher says while a deal with the US is still difficult, other negotiations have taken place.
As has happened before, President Trump has talked about the possibility of an imminent deal with Iran, not really giving details about that. The deal that does seem to be under negotiation at the moment is not directly involving the US. It's between Iran and Oman, who are on either side of the Strait of Hormuz, and negotiating a new mechanism for vessels to pass through it, a new route essentially. And they've been talking it up. Iran has said that it's been very positive.
A state of emergency has been declared in the western Canadian province of British Columbia, where a series of out-of-control wildfires have forced thousands of people to flee their homes. The province's premier has urged anyone under an evacuation order to leave immediately. Canada's Minister of Forests, Ravi Kumar, explained how the team has reacted to the increase in wildfires.
Given the challenges of climate change, we are needing to adapt every single year. We're doing more wildfire mitigation work, cultural burns, prescribed burns, and a whole host of other measures to be able to deal with the challenges. Most of the fires that occurred here in British Columbia are maintained within 10 hectares, but what we saw with this fire in particular was something we've never seen before, and it's a new dilemma that we're dealing with here in British Columbia, and I know my colleagues are dealing with down south in the United States as well.
World News from the BBC. Prosecutors in Ecuador have charged 7 people on suspicion of involvement in the assassination of a prominent presidential candidate in 2023. Fernando Villavicencio, a legislator and former journalist known for his anti-corruption investigations, was shot dead at a campaign event in Quito days before the election. Among those charged have been former Interior Minister José Serrano and 40 members of the Los Lobos group, including a suspected leader. Flights have been disrupted at the Chinese for the samples, signalling after 2 planes were involved in the new route. Passengers on board, plus the runway was in place by front vehicles. One flight attendant suffered minor injuries. Conditions after being admitted to hospital earlier this week. A statement posted on Hilton's website said his recovery would be a long process after he experienced significant blood loss. Emergency services report to his Miami home on Tuesday after viewers on his TikTok live stream reported concerns of his time. In the Gulf Stream, it's nice, warm currents, and then they'll get hit by a wall of cold water, usually come down from the North Sea, and they go into a coma. BBC News.
Hello, you're listening to From Our Own Correspondent here on the BBC World Service. I'm Pascal Harter. Welcome to the programme. Coming up, on the Black Sea, the war is raging as Russia and Ukraine attack each other's shipping routes. Yet, in the port city of Odessa, our correspondent finds Ukrainians refusing to move their land. Also, we're in Naples. The junk food is taking out. The on the streets, and change in diet has even started dropping their health. Industrial chemicals, and that's where the Chinese connection comes in. China has the largest chemical and pharmaceutical industries in the world, difficult to regulate because of their sheer size. When Mexican cartels connected with people in these Chinese industries who were willing to trade the chemical building blocks for making fentanyl, the international drug trade became a lot bigger, a lot harder to combat. Sean Yuen has been on the trail of one individual accused of taking a
One of the first things I heard, sitting across from Enrique in the cafe in the quaint town in Mexico's Sinaloa state, was the notification beep on his phone. It was a language app, reminding him to practice his English. He glanced at his phone and showed it to us. "Welcome," he said, repeating the word on the screen. A little embarrassed, with a shy smile, he put it face down on the table. Enrique is a big man, broad shoulders, full beard, and tattoos peeking out of his short-sleeved shirt. He's friendly, but composed, and exudes confidence. He talks with deliberate pauses that pull you into his train of thought. He is, by his own description, a high-level coordinator inside the Sinaloa cartel, one of Mexico's most dangerous and powerful drug trafficking networks, responsible for managing the transfer and distribution of chemical precursors, the building blocks of fentanyl, across the network of roughly 20 people. After initial hellos, he asked us to head to his car to record our interview because he didn't want anyone overhearing us. In the tense quiet, broken only by the humming of the aircon, I asked him if he knew Zhang Zhidong, the suspected Chinese drug kingpin I'd been investigating. Enrique looked confused and said he wasn't sure. So I moved on. I didn't expect everyone in the cartel to know Zhang. But then, it occurred to me that he had another, much better-known alias inside the criminal network. So I wrote down the name Brother Wang on my notebook and passed it to Enrique. "Have you heard of this name?" He picked up the notebook, looked at it, and then let out a knowing chuckle. "Ah, yes, I know him. Everyone knows him. He's number one." I had come to Quebec to understand the story of the Chinese national named Zhang Zhidong, now 39 years old. He's a graduate of Peking University, China's most prestigious academic institution. He had arrived in Mexico in his mid-20s. American authorities now describe as one of the most significant drug traffickers in the world. Enrique described to me how Zhang had allegedly acted as a broker between Chinese chemical factories and the drug cartel. Orders would be placed with him and the chemicals would be shipped from China to Mexico, he said. The cartels needed someone who had connections on both sides. I also pressed Enrique on what he does for a living, whether he feels guilty for being involved in an industry that causes so many deaths, tens of thousands every year. He moved to the U.S. and died from a fentanyl overdose. It takes the country. The world is the only other way to do it. How did you suspect? Before coming to Mexico, I had spoken to another man whom I'll call Alex. He too is Chinese and studied Spanish at Peking University a year ahead of Zhang. and then later worked with him in Mexico at a mining company. Alex described someone almost magnetically alive, talkative, persuasive, with a distinctive fluency, not just in Spanish, but in Spanish. He could talk to anyone, and he speak in any situation. Still, whatever language he was speaking, that kept his strong Asian accent. Their time in Mexico was a learning experience while on the daily. Many great ambitions, not and these women that were surveyed actually experienced this. Like this one, he told me about what he described as flawless life. Alex said Zhang had a special ability to identify and establish connections in both the government authorities and the underworld, including the drug cartels. Looking back, he said there were some signs that Zhang was a lot more daring than many other Chinese nationals who went abroad for jobs. Alex recalled that one night, at 3 in the morning, Zhang called him and said he wanted to meet up. Together, they drove 40 kilometers out of the city to an empty highway, where Zhang produced several handguns in the car. They spent an hour shooting at roadsides. Alex asked him why. Zhang just shrugged. Why not? No one's going to know. When the news of Zhang's arrest broke out, Peking University's alumni network everyone giving stories. Someone said that Zhang was turned conservative with his wife and taken back, and that he might be the most famous Peking University graduate for the past 20 years. During my own time in Culiacan, I also visited the cartel safe house. There were no clues from the street. But when the heavy metal gate swung open, I entered the compound with high walls and a guard dog with fighting stars padded towards me. I was led into a white-tiled room and told it was safer inside, out of the sight of drones, and offered a seat next to some large black barrels. The air was acrid, pungent, and I suspected this room had been used for making fentanyl at some point. I went there to talk to a man whom I'll call Luis, who said he had cooked fentanyl for the Sinaloa cartel for several years. He told me about the afternoon, around 7 years ago, when word came through that someone important was arriving. He was told to stand guard. The visitor, they said, was Chinese. Luis watched as the man met with the bosses. When the meeting finished, the visitor reached into his pocket and distributed cash to the standing guard as a tip, a gesture that Luis understood immediately, the courtesy of a new boss. In the months that followed, Luis told me, the precursor chemicals flowed more reliably than they ever had. New work arrived, income went up. Another cartel member I talked to attributed the booming trade in fentanyl to Zhang. It was thanks to him that the cartels joined forces and the business of fentanyl created and expanded. Zhang is a local connection to the work about and we spoke new generations. China is one of the world's toughest countries in counter-narcotics, and that has put strict controls on the production of the precursors that help make it. Zhang Zhidong was arrested in Mexico City in 2024 after what felt like a chase from a movie script, where he escaped house arrest from a hole dug beneath the property where he was being detained. He fled to Russia or Cuba where his force controls were discovered. He was later sent back to Cuba before being returned to Mexico and then extradited to the U.S. He is now in federal custody in Brooklyn. He did not go to a long list of crimes. Back in Culiacan, in the scorching heat of the Mexico summer sun, he was sent to rest at the every week in time. Expensive and starving. I asked him if they had found a replacement. He said, the bosses are talking about a person, but for my own safety, I can't tell you more. I pushed him a bit more and asked, can you at least tell me if that person is also a Chinese national? He looked down, closer again, looked back at me, and said, yes.
That was Sean Allen. You were listening to From Our Own Correspondent. Next to Ukraine and the city of Odessa on the northwestern shore of the Black Sea. It's a place full of history and cultural heritage, well known for its lavish Mediterranean-style architecture and a cosmopolitan mix of Russian, Greek, Italian, Jewish and Ukrainian influences. The city's inhabitants are also famous for their quick wit, their snappy comebacks and common habit of answering a question with another question are celebrated across Ukraine. But this summer, Paul Adams found things are a little more edgy in the city than usual.
Odessa, I'm told, is famous for its sense of humour. That's just as well because these days this beguiling city by the Black Sea doesn't have a lot to laugh about. At times during our 3 days there, the air raid sirens seem to sound every 20 minutes. Not deafeningly like Kiev, it's somehow always there in the background, wailing away against the hubbub of the city, rattling trams, its many buskers, and in the middle of summer, its improbably numerous tourists. Sometimes the siren fades away, along with the danger. Other times it's the prelude to a pathetic mix of heavy machine gun fire and distant explosions. The city's permanently busy air defense units searching the skies for incoming drones and trying to shoot them down. But does Odessa seem to take any notice? Apparently not. Ukrainians know the sound and they know what it means, but they're busy living their lives. They've all calculated the risks and decided to carry on regardless. And so, after the immortalized in global battleship Potemkin, terrifying image of a baby in town, hurtling downward in the midst of a massacre, visitors stop, they circle, and listen to the guitarist with a fainting voice serenading the city. In front of him, the scattered top of the Hotel Odessa rises from the harbour where a handful of ships are near. The hotel was bombed back in 2023, and the years since, the whole port, with its giant yellow cranes, gases, intensified as Russia seeks to strangle Ukraine's commercial ties with the outside world. To the east, in the Sea of Azov, a vital waterway for Russia, Ukraine is attempting to do something similar to Moscow's hold over the occupied and annexed Crimean Peninsula. This side was a war raging at sea. Eventually sank just offshore. From their hotel rooms, infinity pools and seaside restaurants, Ukrainians watched as the ship burned and 10 crew members, Syrians and Indians, were killed, along with the Ukrainian tank. Earlier this week, a Russian drone almost intact washed ashore right there on the beach. The sounds nearby warned the danger was sounding. And back in June, 26-year-old Daria Kravchenko was killed when shrapnel from an intercepted Russian drone fell from the sky. Video showed paramedics frantically attempting to resuscitate her amid the sunlight and fire. While we were filming outside of Water's Edge, the siren sounded yet again. No one paid any attention, nor did most people think. But it's yet to be heard coming. But away from the nonchalance and the determination to ignore the war as much as possible, Odessa is full of pain. Earlier that day, we met Svetlana Kharchenko, a warehouse shift manager at the port, limping from the injuries she sustained at work a year ago when a Russian missile exploded nearby, killing 2 colleagues, and trying really hard to keep smiling as she described to us the extreme stress of working in a place where every day brings a stress of worms. When she wasn't putting the empathy passion to control her emotions, Svetlana's fingers overwhelmed by the kindness she'd encountered in her Odessa. But what of Odessa's legendary sense of humour? Well, we had to wait till our last evening to find it. The apocalypse at ruins of 82-year-old Andrei Dudik's home and garden in the nearby village of Usatovo. Dressed only in shorts and well-worn shoes, a battered cap on his head, Andrei was taking stock of the disaster that had turned his life upside down just 5 hours earlier when a jet-powered drone shattered his midday nap. I was just lying there wondering what to do with the afternoon, he told me, as we staggered about amid the rubbish. Now I know. You seem to have a sense of humour about it all, I said, taken aback. I'm from a dresser, he said, laughing. If he started crying, nothing good would come of it. Andrei didn't think anyone had deliberately set out to kill him. He was, he regularly admitted, an accidental victim of Russia's war. As we were leaving, he pressed an unwrapped card.
Lighting up with content on so-called non-Nazi, how to dress, cook and live long, just like an Italian grandmother. But in one Italian city, the trend is going the other way, away from traditional freshly baked bread and homemade sauces, and towards junk food. Naples is deservedly famous. And yet, food culture is changing. So here is
has a window opening onto the street, filled with fragrant sfogliatelle pastries, rum cakes and pasta omelets. Vendors call out to passers-by. They urge you to try something. Pizza, which was born here in Naples, can be deep-fried, folded, wrapped in paper and eaten on the move. As I walk through the narrow streets of the old town, the smells mingle in the air. The food is delicious, cheap and everywhere. But these days, the food is changing. Burgers and kebabs have joined the Italian classics. Pizzas can come piled up with fries or chopped hot dogs. In a hospital in Ponticelli on the outskirts of the city, I meet 17-year-old Salvatore. This neighborhood is one of the tiniest identity ones in the world. Salvatore walks and struggles to walk. He's unable to bend down to tie his shoelaces. He has the scooter slung under his leg. She sits beside him, small and letting him off. She's gentle as herself. She eats everything, she says with a sigh, all the time. Anna also feels judged. People blame her, she says, but life depending on here has changed. When she was at school, young people rarely went out for dinner. That was expensive, something only grown-ups did. Now, teenagers eat at home, then meet their friends and eat again. This is the home of the Mediterranean diet. But in parts of the surrounding Campania region, more than 30% of 8 and 9-year-olds are overweight. Vegetables, beans, whole grains, fish, bears little resemblance to what many children here actually eat. Dr. Walter Longo, a specialist in nutrition and longevity, estimates that today only 10% of Italians truly follow it. He sums up the modern diet with the 5 Ps: pizza, pasta, potatoes, protein, and pane, Italian for bread. None of these food staples is inherently bad. The problem is the quantities, what is being crowded out, and the constant snacks and sugary drinks in between, he tells me. At another clinic, I meet 10-year-old Francesca. She's chatty and funny, with dark blonde hair that falls almost to her knees. Her parents brought her in because of a persistent cough and difficulty swallowing, not because of her weight. Francesca happily recites her daily menu: bread and Nutella for breakfast, a chocolate sponge cake for a snack, pasta with lentils for lunch, and usually chicken for dinner. But she doesn't eat vegetables, her mother Carmen cuts in. I put them in front of her, but she won't touch them. When Francesca steps onto the scales, the display reads 60 kilos. Her parents insist she's active. She does gymnastics and Latin dance. They have never considered her weight a problem. Dr. Roberto Berni-Canani, the obesity specialist who's treating Francesca, tells me that this is common. Parents bring children to him with other symptoms without realizing that their weight may be contributing to broader poor health. This is a very good mother, he says about Carmen, a very good father. They simply don't recognize the importance of diet quality and body weight. In southern Italy, a chubby child with rosy cheeks has traditionally been seen as a healthy one. Feeding is a way for parents and grandparents to show care and love. But for But Salvatore has been told he's currently too heavy for the operation. At his weight, surgery is too dangerous. His doctor gives him a weight loss injection, hoping he can slim down enough to take custody. Outside the hospital, Naples continues to tempt. I see another cafe window, another deep-fried pizza, another vendor calling from the street. Salvatore must somehow learn to live amidst abundance. His life needs cleanliness. Sophia
I'm Pascal Harder. The producer was Polly Hope. And we'll be back next weekend with more about the real lives behind the global headlines. So do join us again then, here on the BBC World Service.
Small businesses with a variety of coverages like general liability, workers' compensation, and commercial auto. Find out more at progressivecommercial.com.
Appeared successful, performing on television and building a career in music. But away from the stage, she was taking psychedelic drugs and practicing occult religions. Join me, Colin Flynn, as I hear how Regila abandoned her former life and found peace in her new faith. That's Heart and Soul, after the news, here on the BBC World Service.
BBC News with Danielle Niewodziewski. World Football's governing body, FIFA, has denounced what it called a concerted effort to undermine its beleaguered president, Gianni Infantino. Mr. Infantino has faced intense criticism over his abandoned plan to sell stakes in FIFA competitions. He's now facing scrutiny over his time working at football's European governing body, UEFA. The Houthis in Yemen say they've carried out a drone attack on a Saudi refinery on the Red Sea coast. The Iranian-backed group's military spokesman said the strike on the Aramco refinery in Jazan was in response to Saudi incursions into northwest Yemen. Russia has carried out a big attack on the Ukrainian Black Sea port of Odessa. President Zelensky said crews were working to restore power after what he called a brutal strike on the energy sector. Russia has reported 3 people killed by Ukrainian drones in the western city of Belgorod. More than 20,000 people have been told to leave for safer areas in the western Canadian province of British Columbia as emergency firefighters battle numerous wildfires. All of the heavily forested province is now under a state of emergency with over 100 fires burning. Prosecutors in Ecuador have charged 7 people on suspicious involvement in the assassination of a days before the election. A jet carrying the suspected Irish crime boss Daniel Kinahan is expected to land in Ireland's capital Dublin later today, following his extradition from the United Arab Emirates. He's accused of being a senior figure in a crime cartel involved in international trafficking.
Goddess with white tunic and red cape.
From the outset, it looked like life was going great. Beautiful looking, on television, very well known here in your home country of Lithuania. I mean, you were winning in life.
It looked like that from outside. Inside, I felt tortured emotionally. I felt kind of depression. I felt strange influences in my physical and spiritual body, like maybe I was possessed. Oh my God, what did I do?
You're listening to Heart and Soul from the documentary on the BBC World Service. I'm Colin Flynn, and I've come to Vilnius, the capital of Lithuania. And just to know you, this program does contain references to the occult and the sun is shining through an open window as I sit in the living room of one of the country's best-known singers, listening as she plays the piano.
Probably because it's Soviet Union.
For decades, Lithuania was under Soviet rule. The country restored its independence in 1990. But during the Soviet period, religious life was heavily restricted. Churches were closed or controlled. Religious harassment, imprisonment, or even exile for openly practicing their faith.
In Soviet Union, you just could not get high positions for your work. For the faith, you would be laughed at school when my mother was young.
Instead, Rugile says her grandmother and mother became involved in occult and esoteric practices.
Occultism and the religions of the East were highly forbidden. You could not get this literature, this information, but my grandfather, my mother's father, worked in the National Library as the second person after the director of the library. So he had possibility to get those books which were called yellow literature. And he brought the yellow literature to my mother. And when she was 16, she read about reincarnation, about him.
Sacred texts or fixed set of beliefs. People often combine different ideas and practices in their own way. And this was the spiritual world that surrounded Rugile as she grew up.
When I was a small child, less than 12 years old, because I remember we still lived in this house on the second floor, and in the kitchen there I asked her, I remember, why there are so many religions? What do they mean? Like why? She answered me, God is one, but he has many faces. So he appeared to people in India in such ways that they would understand, because their culture is different, people there are different. Then he appeared God to African people as they would understand. And here he appeared in Christianity, like in this way. She told me this all is the same God. So my whole interest was spiritual world since my childhood. I believed always in God, and I wanted to get to know God. And this was the path that my mother led me to.
Sitting in this very house where we are speaking today, Rugile remembers sitting on the floor and flicking through books about occultism and esoteric spirituality.
As a small girl, I was reading the
Visit WilliamHR.com today. Your one-stop for advertising. 844-844. iTunes Big 3 CDs. The most competitive
Make your own
this Sunday. Make your own as Coach Jackson Lieberman and Greg Monroe's Dallas Powers take on the 1-seed Chicago Trojans, led by Coach Master K and Captain Montreal. Then Coach Jazz Clayton and the Boston Ballhogs battle the Sears Flora and the Detroit Lions in a must-win game for Boston. The game played the way you want. Watch Rock Sunday on CBS at 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, and get them on Monday.
I want you to put real culture dogs in many different things.
also increasingly open about his spiritual beliefs. In an interview after that, Rugile had begun practicing Santo Daime. Santo Daime is a religious movement that began in Brazil in the Amazon region in the early 20th century. It combines elements of Christianity, indigenous Amazonian traditions, Afro-Brazilian spirituality, and more.
Oh, well, I started to work as a shaman when I was maybe 28, 27 years old.
What is that, a shaman?
Shaman is a medium between spirit world and human world.
Now, you say you started to work at it. I mean, is there a job advert somewhere, or how do you get the job as a shaman? Asking for a friend.
I mean, many people would like to, especially those who visit shamans, but you cannot if you do not get special powers from the...
Central to those ceremonies that she was involved in is a drug called ayahuasca. It usually contains DMT, a powerful hallucinogenic substance, and it can produce intense changes in perception, emotion, and consciousness, and it can also carry physical and psychological risks.
favorite song. It was one of the strongest psychedelic drugs, and it puts you in such a state that your brain works. Definitely, and I
You're listening to Heart and Soul on the BBC World Service. I'm Colin Curran, talking to Lithuanian singer Rugile Gaitita. When she was living in the Netherlands, Rugile says she began taking ayahuasca more and more often. Within her religious community, it was described as sacred medicine or sacred tea, a drink that could unlock hidden parts of the mind and bring enlightenment. When she was back in her home country of Lithuania, Rugile was becoming better known in mainstream entertainment too, appearing on programs like The Voice. Rugile.
You keep pushing me aside, and I can't break through.
Singing on live TV in front of the nation. But Rugile says that she was living two lives, performing in public during the day and taking part in intense rituals at night.
Trying to get that creepy hue of hope for a destiny. Do you have your own purpose?
The dancing people remain only those
I've never done it. What does it feel like? What do you go through? I didn't experience it.
terrible. I could not control my emotions. I felt like constant slight depression. I was unhappy next to all of this.
You're becoming more and more famous. I've seen the clips of you online singing as part of the National Eurovision Song Contest here in Lithuania, on a big stage, on live television, in front of a big crowd. you were becoming successful, which is very hard to do in your profession.
Now I'm laughing, now I'm smiling because I remember that performance probably which you saw, that was the depths of my new age. I was in that Eurovision song, I was worshipping the thunder god.
You're going around, you're exploring different religions, you're picking the best from different faiths, good qualities and methods, choosing the partners you want to have relationships with, and you're living a free life. You get free choice, freedom.
This is not acceptable, but now it is acceptable indeed.
It was around this time that she teamed up with another shamanist leader in Lithuania and began offering retreats to groups. And this, she says, was when things started to become more serious.
You rent a house, you invite a group of people, 20 to 40 people, you cook yourself ayahuasca, you buy it, somebody cooked it. Of course, super illegal. You can go to jail for 13 years.
You started to make it yourself. Did you ever think it could be dangerous, especially with young people coming in through the door who are a bit naive and wanted to try new things, and you're making this very toxic drug and giving it to them?
People die from ayahuasca. We were risking extremely as new shamans with this partner of mine, a shaman, who invited me to work together in England. In our first ceremony, I was a spiritual teacher, and but inside I was feeling terrible. So
She described feeling, in her words, possessed. But as things became more difficult, she began reading the Bible and says she felt increasingly drawn away from Santo Daime and from taking the drug ayahuasca. Yet she still had more retreats planned.
So it went through 3 nights. Over 2 nights, we had to in Jesus' name, Amen.
Rudile was in Tenerife with a group who had paid to attend a 2-night...
Some of them listened to me and did not drink. But one man whom I especially told not to listen because first night he lost his consciousness and we had a hard time bringing him back. The things of New Age. if you are developing spiritually, that's what New Age is teaching. You cannot be angry.
So if you start to question and get angry and suspicious, then there's something wrong with you spiritually?
Exactly. So nobody is angry.
How do you feel when you think about the fact that you introduce so many people to smoking marijuana, to taking this really strong psychedelic drug, to living this lifestyle?
Very terrible. The same like that moment when God showed me, because my intention was to help people. When God showed me that moment, that was my thought. Oh my God, what did I do? It is terrible.
Just to have a little bit of
Okay, do not speak now.
Today, back in her home in Vilnius in Lithuania, Rugile is preparing to teach one of her music classes. This time, leading Christian songs of praise. Rugile left the religion Saint-Tudaimi completely when she was 31, and she said she hasn't taken any drugs since. She believes becoming Catholic transformed her life, although it also meant leaving behind many friends and much of her former world. Well, you know, there were practicing there was so many people practice the way religion. They will attest to it. Happy living their lives to be better, happier, more successful people, more enlightened, and it works for them.
That's more a lot. In other religions. There is a lot of good in many religions as well as in New Age. In New Age, I was practicing virtues. Most of the people that I met are very good-willed people. They are peaceful, they are gentle, they are sensitive people who end up in New Age. They want another thing why I started that when people coming to us after 2 years of working with years, after 1 year, after 2 years, the same people were coming to our experiments, but they think worse and worse. So that was also something like here they didn't understand why they are becoming more good. Deep joy, which is not loud like ha ha ha. It's deep joy inside, you know. It's complete trust in God. It's knowing that He is omnipotent and I am not. It's knowledge of my imperfection, while before I was trying to get enlightened and I believed that I am almost enlightened. Just maybe one more ceremony, maybe one more card reading, and then that's it, I'm enlightened, you know. Now I came back to being human, imperfectly human, you know.
How do you know it's right? How do you know the Catholic faith is the right one? What if you're wrong? Like you were wrong before, you believe. What if you're wrong this time again?
What if I am wrong? Well, faith is not knowledge. What's the difference between faith and knowledge? Faith is faith. But God gave me enough of miracles to believe that He really is. In God, I believe since my childhood. I just knew that He is. It was very strong faith. But now I found Jesus, through whom I have the correct access to God, without stupid things like taking drugs and believing I'm getting enlightened.
And before I leave, she makes me some of her Lithuanian tea. I was smiling when you made this tea for me.
Yes, I did. But it's all right with us.
Safe tea?
Yes, it is.
I trust you. You've been listening to an interview with Rugile Dalyutite on Heart and Soul from the BBC World Service. And from me, Colin Flynn, and executive producer Rajiv Gupta, thanks for listening and goodbye.
Jazz, created in America, embraced around the world, and always evolving. Hi, I'm Kate Porter. Join me and our other friendly and knowledgeable hosts on Vermont Public's Jazz Stream. Together we'll explore jazz from the all-time greats to the innovators of today. It's just one of Vermont Public's many live streams powered by your financial generosity. Find the jazz It's a fun and safe online space to learn, laugh, and explore.
Vermont Public is 107.9 WVPS Burlington, Montreal.
89.5 Yellow, live conversation with the U.S. comedy star Jay Turvin. All rock and roll coming up on the hour. CBC News with Danielle Blackstone. World football's governing body, FIFA, has denounced Becancour that he's cited as unrepresentative underage football. While he was away from his General Secretary, who's denied the allegations. Our sports presenter
Scrutiny of FIFA is not allowed.
Always a mysterious one with dark eyes and careless hair.
Progress, where reporting is inaccurate. What we wait to see now is whether UEFA, off the back of these allegations, will launch their own investigation into Infantino's conduct.
The Houthis in Yemen say they've attacked a Saudi refinery on the Red Sea coast. The Iranian-backed group's military spokesman said the strike on the Aramco refinery in Jazan was in response to Saudi incursions into northwest Yemen. The Saudi energy ministry said firefighters had put out a blaze at the site. More than 20,000 people have Provincial Premier David Evey said those under an evacuation order should leave immediately. He said he's being informed of the fire's progress.
The lead commander with me this morning talked about this being like a bomb. The Category 5 and 6 fires, the terminology they use, but it basically means that the fire goes across the top of the trees. He described flames on a 100-foot tree, flames going 200 feet above that. And the fire creating its own weather system, which creates lightning, which then feeds on itself.
A jet carrying the suspected Irish crime boss Daniel Kinahan is expected to land in Dublin later today, following his extradition from the United Arab Emirates. Mr. Kinahan was arrested in Dubai in April under a warrant issued by the Irish courts. Tom Simons reports.
Daniel Kinahan is alleged to be the leader of the Kinahan organised crime group, involved in international drug trafficking and firearms offences. The US Treasury Department has described the Kinahan cartel as one of the most dangerous in the world, and a reward of $5 million has been offered by the authorities there for information on the three most senior gang members, including Daniel Kinahan. His lawyer has previously told the BBC's Panorama that allegations about him being a crime boss are false and have no evidential basis.
World News from the BBC. Russia has carried out a big attack on the Ukrainian Black Sea port of Odessa. Prosecutors in Ecuador have charged 7 people on suspicion of involvement in the assassination of the prominent presidential candidate in 2023. Fernando Villavicencio, a legislator and former journalist known for newspapers have exceeded this. A rare turtle, which was found washed up on a beach off the west coast of Britain, is preparing to make an 8,000-kilometre journey home to the Gulf of Mexico. Conservationists say Rossi, a Prince Ridley sea turtle, had been cold-stunned after drifting into much cooler waters than his normal habitat. Dan Moffat reports.
After being found close to death 3 years ago, he was nursed back to health by the Queen Claire to bring him back to his natural home again.
If you've ever watched any Looney Tunes, you know the Roadrunner, you know Wile E always tries to kill the Roadrunner, and all of his acne products fail. All of his traps, all of his dynamite, everything. He's finally taking acne to court. This film was finished in 2022. It was almost finished. Yes, partly, but also my recommendation is Cat's Jellicaball. It's closing on Broadway, New York City, the reimagining of Andrea Lovell and Chris Elliott's Cats. Now, Cats was a story about Jellicle cats and Victoria Isabella, but this takes place in the New York drag and ballroom scene, and it's underground and it's gritty, but it's still funny.
After victory in the Trojan War. We heard from Christopher Nolan and Matt Damon on the Arts Hour a couple of weeks ago. The film also stars Dinesh Patel, John Leguizamo, Tom Holland, Robert Pattinson, Lupita Nyong'o, Zendaya, Charlize Theron, and the British actor Samantha Morton, who plays the powerful sorceress Circe. She's just one of the challenges Odysseus must face on his mythical journey. When the BBC's Vernon Kay and Alex Jones met Samantha Morton, originally from the English city of Nottingham, they asked her if her interpretation of Circe is that she was a sorceress.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I think there's been so many interpretations of this woman that yeah, I think that Chris's interpretation of her felt very authentic to me, that I think it's actually to the storytelling. But any aspect is actually
Phoenix. I seem to be, my history is that I can, maximum lass can hold her own.
You're brilliant.
Oh, thank you. But, I'm not intimidated by anybody else. Because if you let those nerves get in the way, you can't do the job. So I think
Does that affect your performances or not?
I don't get nervous on set in the way
How do you stop that?
I just feel it. My heart's going like that because it's a real film camera. Whether you're working on 35mm or in this case it was 70mm IMAX, which they built specially for the film. So it's just I'm buzzing. I'm a kid in a sweet shop.
Just one second. If you're doing a one-to-one with someone, can you hear the film camera
No,
work?
because they put a blimp on it. They've designed a big blimp thing. I think it's called a blimp. It just, in the olden days, they put a jacket on the camera, and then another jacket, and another jacket. This was like... But no, it's not that I don't get nervous. I get nervous about failure, letting people down, but not about the honour of working with Christopher Nolan. I just was it,
Samantha Morton, and The Odyssey is still in movie theatres across the world. In my humble opinion, hers is a standout performance, and the longer you make it, I'm quite grateful for Samantha. Yeah, what did you think of these performances?
I've only seen clips online. I haven't seen the movie fully. I'm familiar with them. I'm familiar with Victoria First and turning them into kids, which is hilariously acted imaging if you know men, and also if you know men who have been at war. I think what I have been fascinated by is that everyone is so both enamored and frightened with this version of the Cersei, primarily because of how grotesque and graphic the of the men. And then picture-lovers, not picture-lovers, but people that know things. So globally, those are the kids even so farmers say those are the wrong kids for that area. So they are most willing to make a big.
Thank you. Yeah. It's a myth, for heaven's sake. Are there film or screen performances of mythical witches or sorceresses or magical things that stand out for you, Jane?
I think in classic horror movie fashion, Carrie,
Sissy
Spacek as a bullied telekinetic girl. I think that's one of those performances you hear about and then you finally get to watch when you're old enough and you're still scared.
Why did that speak to you?
I think because I found out about Carrie while I was in high school, and while I wasn't a bully, I knew people who were bullied, and I imagined one of them with that sort of power. And it was also, I grew up in America during the age of, sad to bring it up, but school shootings, so that was sort of analogous to someone finally snapping after being abused.
Karen, what about you?
Well, Cynthia Erivo as Elphaba. Because that was wonderful. But also, let's not forget Helena Bonham Carter, four of the Harry Potter films. Who is one of the worst, baddest witches in cinematic history.
Good example.
Yeah.
Thank you both. You're with the BBC World Service, and this is the Arts Hour. The Hollywood actor Helen Hunt is best known for her Oscar-winning performance in As Good as It Gets with Jack Nicholson, the movie Twister, and the TV series Mad About You. She's currently performing on stage in the English town of Stratford-upon-Avon in the Royal Shakespeare Company production of The Cherry Orchard at Newton. She plays aristocratic Russian matriarch Madame Ranovskaya, whose family faces selling their estate as the social order changes in early 20th century Russia. The BBC's Neela McDonald asked her how felt she meeting her Royal Shakespeare Company debut.
I must say that is a dream come true. I grew up student of acting since I'm 9 years old and studied with the coaches on this. I just really enjoy investigating acting with the help of smart people. And I discovered Love Test Joseph Super So Young. I think he realized that after that time, in the 70s, you're struggling with all the training and how to do proper service to the first home theater kind of part out of the U.S. Like an old theater company and other places that were raw and real and immediate. And there was a wish on the part of, I believe, everybody to marry those two. And I think that's what we're all after now. How do you rise to the occasion of good writing and conflict, but right? This is the modern day music. And human
and that language can still translate today. So Madame Blavatsky, tell us a little bit about her, for those of us that are not Czechoslovs.
Well, I can just say it's a genre piece of play as well. Beautiful qualities, terrible qualities. I mean, she loves one of her daughters so much and turns on her 3 times in the play. It's just, people smarter than me about Chekhov say keep your eye on how human every character is, and I've really found that. Every character in this play has beautiful qualities and then takes a bite out of someone. You know, it is a human play, and it's been directed with an eye on how do we allow people in the audience to feel like, oh, that's me.
And I read something you said about one of the themes of the play, and I think it summed up what I was thinking when watching it, which is really gives voice to the overwhelming terror we all have of change.
Yeah, I think those who don't embrace change don't fare so well in this play. But it's terrifying. There's that saying, it's like a Buddhist saying, all we love and hold dear we will at some point lose.
I introduced you as an actor, but of course you have shape-shifted so often in this industry, actor, writer, director. Do you have a fear of change, or do you grab it with two hands?
I might have a fear of not change. I don't, I'm sure I do. I mean, because change also means losing people. And this play does not back down from that.
Helen Hunt, comedian Jay Durden and cultural critic Karen Kazanovich are with me in the Arts House studio. Where do the works of Chekhov sit on your theatre appreciation? Well, are you studying? Karen, what about you?
Well, and you do love mess, it's true. Well, considering the Cherry Orchard was first performed in 1903 and the first time the Royal Shakespeare Company did it in 1961, it must have this great draw, this sort of classical vibration for everyone. And I think it's probably the epitome of somebody's career, and particularly if you're not specifically a theatrical performer, to be in the Cherry Orchard, because it is one of the great classics.
How do we feel in general about Hollywood stars coming to tread the boards in prestigious UK theatre productions? I mean, to be clear, Helen Hunt has a theatre pedigree, but we have had other sort of stars and celebrities on stage. How do you feel, Karen?
I think it's great. I mean, I know that there are theatrical actors or rep actors who would say, you know, it's like voiceovers, you know, they don't want my voice if you're not a star. But I think it draws people to the theater, people that wouldn't ordinarily go.
Yeah. What do you think, Jay?
I think yes, with so many notable exceptions. I think if you want to be a good performer, it happens in America on Broadway 8 times a week. So I think for the most part, I'm glad it's so many people theater, but I would love it if they had a little bit of
What if they did it better?
Yeah, if they were just good.
Helen Hunt is also some of your favorites.
Bryce Dallas Howard, like The Mandalorian, Jodie Foster, House of Cards, or Orange is the New Black, Regina King, This Is Us, A Man in Full, but wait, Ida Lupino, Airplane+.
Oh, fantastic. Nice one. Jay, of the actors who move between serious and comedic acting, who do you admire the most?
Well, we recently were talking right before this started about John Leguizamo and how John Leguizamo was able to do such a good job with to capture the humor in serious text, but also drop in and be extremely serious. So John Leguizamo.
We're talking about John Leguizamo because of who he played in The Odyssey.
Yes.
In this case,
and also because of his the first time I saw John Leguizamo as a serious actor was he portrayed Tybalt from Baz Luhrmann's Romeo and Juliet.
Correct.
And I remember watching that in primary school. Like, this guy's supposed to be a comedy, really. Uncut Gems was a very good turn for Adam Sandler.
I love that.
Fun, silly comedian, but when directed by the Safdie, can really find something menacing and troubling. And then there's so many funny women who also, Lily Tomlin,
Yeah.
do an amazing turn and can be so funny and then so
simpatico,
just intense and wonderful to watch.
Thank you, Bo. You're listening to the Arts Hour from the BBC World Service. I'm Nikki Beatty. Alain Gomez is a French film director with heritage from Guinea-Bissau and Senegal, whose latest film, Dao, shows us a family living across two continents. The film focuses on a mother and daughter. Gloria is 50. Her father has just died, just as her daughter is about to get married. The film, which is a hybrid of drama and documentary, moves between the two-day traditional funeral ceremony in Guinea-Bissau and the wedding party in Paris, and features actors and non-actors, and includes an element of film deconstruction, interviews with the performers, for example, that are outside the story. Jason DeRosso from ABC Radio National Screen Show asked Alain Gomez why he wanted to do this.
I mean, when I started to write, I realized that it was almost impossible to make an English speaker to try to write for everybody. It's like 200 people, 1 million, and to have like all these people talking with my words, it's very say something about sometimes in cinemas where African people, diaspora, are like very reduced to some,
narrow spectrum of cliches.
Yeah, exactly. And this film was also a way of doing kind of social fiction to say this is us as we want to be portrayed.
And what is remarkable given what you just said is that there are parts of the film that actually
because they're not too big in a kind of dialogue. And what I'm happy about traveling with the film is to see that people watching the film, and especially women, are connecting to these women as part of themselves. And I'm happy that I can have like a lot of people, European people, not connected directly to Africa, saying this is my family too.
Tell me that where this concept comes from, where we have that blurring of characters and actors playing characters.
This way to interrogate the fiction, the format of the fiction, I mean, if we want to say what we want to share, we have also to invent our own grammar. You know, you hear a lot of times, oh, this film is the mixture of Star Wars and Harry Potter. Yeah, this is the way the industry works. And it's terrible, in fact, because you don't have like the true feelings, emotion doing things this way. So I think it's very important for every filmmaker, not only African or whatever, to try to have his own grammar in order to reach the audience in a way that, I mean, I learned that every filmmaker see the film and say, I never seen that before.
Alan Williams discussing his latest film, Dallas. My guests on today's outside are comedian Joe Jordan and cultural critic Karen Kazanovich. Karen, how do hybrid films work for you?
They work very well. It really gets you involved with the film. One of the problems is
So, Joe, who, if any, are the performers we should know about who are reinventing the glamour of comedy?
If you have the chance to watch the studio starring Seth Rogen, it does a very good job of both ranking and informing and teaching and celebrating. Describe when you're kind of doing a peek behind the curtain while still presenting it as something presentational. You kind of learn about very specific jargon. It's such a funny show, but it's also very true. They're talking about choosing to make a movie from existing intellectual property, and those are conversations you have that happen all the time with production companies. We need a movie based on a board game now.
Thank you both so much. That's it for part one of the show, but don't go away. Still to come, Oscar-winning cinematographer Roger Deakins, Nigerian-British comedian Ayoade Bamboye, and Norwegian composer Ola Yellow, and I'll be talking to the American comedian Joe Jordan. The Outside, back after this.
Distribution of the BBC World Service in the US is made possible by American distributor of a award-winning public radio program, engaging audiences for the meaningful experiences and fostering conversation. APM, American Public Media, with support from Odoo.com, providing business management software with integrated programs for accounting, manufacturing, and operations. Odoo, all your business on one platform.
Still to come on the outside with Nina Kibedi, the legendary double Oscar-winning cinematographer Roger Deakins, Nigerian-British comedian Ayoade Bamboye. We hear from Norwegian composer Ola Yellow, and my conversation with US comedy star Joe Jordan. All that and more still to come on the outside.
Saudi refinery on the Red Sea coast. The Iranian-backed group's military spokesman said the strike on the Aramco refinery in Tehran
energy sector. Russia has reported 3 people killed by Ukrainian drones in the western city of Belgorod. More than 20,000 people have been told to leave for safer areas in the western Canadian province of British Columbia as emergency firefighters battle numerous wildfires. All of the heavily forested province is now under the state of emergency, with over 100 fires burning. World Football's governing body FIFA has denounced what it called a concerted effort to undermine its beleaguered president Gianni Infantino. Mr. Infantino has faced intense criticism over his abandoned plan to sell stakes in FIFA competitions. He's now facing scrutiny over his time working at football's European governing body, UEFA. Prosecutors in Ecuador have charged 7 people on suspicion of involvement in the assassination of a prominent anti-corruption presidential candidate in 2023. Fernando Villavicencio was shot dead in Quito days before the election. Hong Kong has posted its highest official temperature since records began in 1884. The Weather Observatory recorded 36.9 degrees Celsius, attributing it to Dubai Typhoon Dolphin sweeping warm air over the city. And Italian divers have discovered a Roman-era shipwreck off the coast of Sicily. That ship, believed to be more than 2,000 years old, was found powered down with hundreds of well-preserved components used to transport products to land. And that's today's news from the BBC Finland.
Welcome back to the Airplane from the BBC World Service with me, Nikki Baby. And if you've only just joined us, here's what you missed in the first half of the show. Samantha Morton on her role of Circe in the blockbuster movie The Odyssey. Oscar-winning US actor Helen Hunt on Chekhov's The Cherry Orchard, and the French-Senegalese film. He's also celebrated for his long-running collaboration with Joel and Ethan Coen, shooting 12 of their films, including Bartington, Sparkle, The Big Lebowski, Oh Brother Where Art Thou, and No Country for Old Men. When the BBC's Lauren Laverne sat down with Washington, she asked him how this enduring creative partnership with the Coen brothers began.
The previous film I didn't have a good time, and I basically found a place in London on the market and I got together. I didn't know what I was going to do. Maybe I was working on the road independent film, but I didn't think I was going to be that much involved anymore. Then the phone rang and my agent said, you might not be interested. There's a very weird script. It's like 2 different scripts huddled together in the middle of the ground. I said, well, who's directing it?
Negative.
Yeah, derogatory of me, but actually Joel said, this was years later, Joel said, yeah, and we listened, it was everything we wanted out of a cinematographer, so that's how I ended up in the Cather and Notting Hill.
So that was it, you got the gig. One of my all-time favourite films of yours followed that, Oh Brother Where Art Thou, came out in 2000. And that was an interesting one from a technical point of view as well. What was the initial brief for that film, the look of that film?
Well, they wanted this kind of feeling of a burnt-out landscape, as if it was a hand-tinted postcard kind of thing. And I said, well, when are you going to shoot and stuff? And they said, well, August. And we talked about, oh, well, where are you going to shoot? Maybe Arizona or something. That'll be burnt out. They said, no, Mississippi. And I remember saying to Joel, Mississippi in August. July, August, that's going to be a little bit green, and they don't want green. I said, well, that is the problem.
So how did you achieve the look?
So James and I, my wife and I, we looked into the idea of digitizing the whole negative, all cut negative, and then timing it that way. And we did some tests, and they were pretty awful, but it showed what could be done. And Joel and Ethan said, yeah, but we'll have a year between when we start shooting and the time the film is released. So maybe the technology will have advanced enough by then that we can make it work. And the worst thing is that we were kind of watching dailies down in Jackson, Mississippi in a theatre every evening out on the shoot. And the image comes up with all full colour, like this, bright technicolor, 50s looking. And Joe kept saying to John Chateau on the actor, it's not going to look like this. And they go, yeah, well, maybe it will.
Why does it line this? That's because you don't have a mystical magic word. Very listed. Okay. Also, usually it's with a single camera, which means you know what your point of view is. You're not wondering, why am I up on the ceiling and why am I up the floor? And also, you do a lot of framing. You never know on the price you stay on the door. It's a nice frame. You love that. It's a lot either. Not
version of Mississippi, and fitting because it is an adaptation of the Odyssey, but it was a mythical version of Mississippi. He did a good job of casting the way people think about a bygone era of the South, specifically Mississippi.
Thank you both. You're listening to The Art Scene from the BBC World Service. Let's turn the spotlight onto you now, Jay Jordan. A bit of background for people first. Jay is an American comedian. He's an actor. He's a writer. He was a staff writer on the Apple TV show The Problem with Jon Stewart. The late show with Stephen Colbert. The late show with Jon Stewart. He's made his UK debut with a full show called Jay Jordan Takes London at the Soho Theatre. It promised a brand new hour of his dumbest thoughts in the most brilliant way, or his most brilliant thoughts in the dumbest way. So I look forward to it.
Yes and no. My friend they were going to, and I like to perform, and I have to slow it down and really put some of the pieces together. part of it is saying, ooh, I have this thought, but this is a bit meandering, so let me spend some of this at, and let me get to the best joke within this framework. If this joke applies to a certain area in the hour, I'll put it there as a connecting piece, and then sometimes a connecting piece becomes a primary. So some of these jokes start off as throwaway jokes, but then they end up being much bigger chunks, and they develop into their own sort of modular parts of the hour that I can move around.
And interestingly, there are people at callbacks.
Yes.
So a callback
sometimes, but I do like giving a shot that's been paying attention a couple of fun treats.
Yeah, because we feel rewarded and we feel like, we get our own sense of pride out of it. A lot of the material that we laughed at and were with you for last night can't be quoted on a show like this. It can't. But I'm interested to know, in general, what makes you as a comedian trust an idea for a segment or even for a show?
I think if an idea can be both hyper specific, but then also achieve some form of pluralism or a bit of universality, where I go, oh, I thought I was just the one who was laughing at this and experiencing this, but everyone else experiences this as well. Because it needs to be specific enough that queer people and cool people get it, because you don't want everyone to say, oh, that's something I could think up. But then it also needs to be large enough that a large group of people can enjoy it and laugh all at the same time.
So when you are writing a particular idea to land as a joke or land as something that we all go, oh, who do you test the material?
I usually test it by, I say the joke to myself a few times, and then I'll say the joke to my husband as the kind of primary sounding board. And sometimes it's a joke to get his permission to say the joke. Like I have a joke in sexual reference. But I'm also talking about some household duties and personal stuff.
So I learned little bits about you last night. We don't find out anything about your mom or about Mississippi until
particularly when it comes to the animal section of nuclear. A life partner that they do show affection to physically, but then that also is a person that they just kind of like roam throughout life with. And it's a fun fact. I think it puts the idea that queerness is a natural, it puts that on its head. A fun fact shows that and the section next year, I would like to start an entire hour based on animals. Because it's something I love how humans
section, but in the early part of the show, you learn about clownfish.
Yes.
What do you know about clownfish?
They're orange and yellow, but they're also they can change texture. Yes. So really love that. So clownfish, when the female clownfish dies, that's the largest female breeding clownfish, and then the second in command largest male steps up and becomes her breeding partner. And
welcome to the Nature Hour of the CBC World Service. It's mind-blowing, isn't it? The other thing is you used some translations between American English and UK English, but did you change anything bigger?
Well, there's one fun moment at the end that was a bit of live theater and live stand-up comedy, where I do have a joke where I say, I talk about the construction of whiteness in America and how at one point whiteness was closing shop and they were basically pulling down the garage door of whiteness in America. But I caught myself and I said garage for the UK audience. Little moments like that. I also do have a few jokes that I'm working on this week that will kind of change and interplay. I have one about cultural appropriation from an American side vision here that I do want to test out that I think is going to be pretty fun. But
can you try it on us now?
Oh, I want to say that the strongest willed American comes here and we hear these wonderful accents and we hear these wonderful tones and we hear these wonderful idioms and turn of phrase. And I don't think Americans get congratulated enough on not mimicking you all.
Oh, that's so interesting because we do it to you.
And we know how it feels as a Black American. But it's fun because you'll see an American talk to a Brit, especially if they're talking to a cute one. Well, they will start talking to us in standard RPU.
So good, and thank you for now.
Thank you, Nikki.
You're listening to The Art Show from the BBC World Service. I'm Nikki Baby. Regular Arts Hour listeners will have heard Nigerian British comedian Ayowade Bamboye on our New Year comedy special back in January. Since then, she's become one of the stars of the British version of the legendary American comedy TV sketch show Saturday Night Live. Recently, on the BBC, fellow comedian Kiri Pritchard-McLean asked Ayowade about her childhood spent between the UK and Nigeria and the boarding school that she attended in the Lake District. That's an area of green, rolling hills in northern England.
Yeah, I went to boarding school in the Lake District. Yeah, that was a funny interview. So basically, because I was born in London, I was born in London. I was but it just wasn't, it was stuff.
I was wondering if that lived experience as a child naturally puts you on the outside, which I think is how you make a comedian, but also all those places. One of the things I was struck by you in watching your performances and various things is your extreme vocal dexterity when it comes to appropriating voices.
Yeah, that's been coming. Yeah, that's been coming up a lot because it's this like international school thing, you know, when you just find your voice kind of like undulating between different like need states, I guess. And I know that when I'm getting a bit more passionate, I go to a bit more generalized Nigerian, and when I want to like really explain a point, then it becomes a bit more RP. So it's like this weird mix of things.
I love that. Yeah. I like that. When I'm drunk around here, I definitely get like that.
Yeah, you know what I mean? I guess when you relax, I guess, and when I started doing stand-up, I was doing it like English podcast for 5 years, and I felt that I was really doing it. felt like something clicked, but it was one of the best gigs of my life. And then I realized that all the music and the level
all over the world. They bring it to the UK. Everyone says it can never work. Yeah. You guys have the most incredible first series. What was it like to ride that roller coaster?
Oh, it was, because I'm like maybe 4 or 5 years into comedy. So I'm coming off Edinburgh. And then all of a sudden, I'm going into Television Centre and it's going to do SNL UK inaugural cast. And I'm thinking, hello, what's happening here? So I was just trying to brace myself in my own life. And we sort of went into this machine thinking, we've just got to have a giggle. And we were in there like giddy, like getting giddy every single day, which I think changed the dynamic for us internally. But the pressure was on. But I think we had to just focus on just getting it on its feet. And I think that was the magical part of it. Because there's, in my head, I mean, maybe it's a Nigerian in me, I was like, well, this is going to work out because it has to.
Ayuadi Bamboya. My guests on today's Arts Hour are comedian Jay Jordan and cultural critic Karen Kazanowicz. Saturday Night Live is an institution in America, Karen. How does the UK version compare?
I was afraid. I thought, wow, they waited 50 years to do an SNL UK. I've been watching it, yes, for 50 years. Yes, I watched it when I was 35. And it is brilliant. The SNL is edgier. SNL UK has more edge, takes more chances politically, and can actually land a sketch, which was always the problem with SNL over the many decades, although they are getting better.
You mean the SNL in America?
In America, yes.
But you see, for me, statistically, if they only land 2 sketches, I'm happy. And in what ways do you code switch?
Oh, so I think that, like, as a Black American Southerner, in New York, I'm sometimes code switching in and out of my sort of the lazier, more Southern drawl. I think there's also an element of like the Black and professional settings where there's like a standard American dialect where you're sort of like in spaces where not necessarily your Blackness is celebrated, but it's not primary. You can find yourself sort of shrinking parts of you, but then are you also shrinking the parts that will make you more interesting and funny? And what's that dance? So as a comic in America who happens to be Black, queer, and Southern, I feel sometimes on stage I'm speaking 4 different languages, and so sometimes I go, wait a second, everyone understands what I'm talking about, right? Y'all get this?
Karen, you code switch.
Very much successfully, because there is this book, do I want to be American and the same, or do I have a choice?
Yeah.
Can I possibly be polite and shut up?
That's me at customs today. I think that please and thank yous come back into the lexicon whenever I'm out of New York. New Yorkers, they do not have time for a please or a thank you ever. And Tom Holland was talking about this recently in an interview when he was portraying Peter Parker's Spider-Man early in his career, when he'd be ordering somewhere for a scene, I think he was office happening, and say, hello please, a man has, and the director goes, that's not, hey, can I have a...
Yeah, I'll get her.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
hey, I'll get her.
We're so nice, but we're so fast.
Oh, yeah.
And we're loud, and we talk to everybody, and we eat everything.
Yes.
Thank you both. Finally, on today's Arts Hour, the Norwegian composer Ola Yellow is well known for his choral and solo piano works. Now based in America, where he also studied at the prestigious music academy, the Juilliard School in New York, he's released a new album of piano pieces called Ordinary. The BBC's Katie Derham asked him about the inspiration for the track Hurt.
All of the tracks on the album are inspired by photos by a Scottish artist called Liam Wong. He's gotten pretty famous. He used to be a game designer, sort of sci-fi type games, but then he became a photographer of mostly late-night, moody Tokyo. And I love like urban photography, especially when it's sort of neon and very kind of moody, and these are very kind of melancholic. So I just found them very extremely inspiring because I love so much of what I love is Japanese art, like anime and especially sci-fi again. So yeah, Herd is definitely, it's kind of the whole album is in this space, I think, between kind of melancholy and happiness in a way.
So let's talk about this, because you have these kind of like two quite distinct musical ways in a way, don't you? The choral work, which you perform everywhere, but then the solo piano work as well, which is more music, isn't it? I mean, you've been writing and playing from the start, right? So how do you get used to notes?
Yeah, it's definitely my two primary areas of composer. Piano first, always my instrument before the improvising when I was very early. And then I started writing.
What was your kind of breakout piece?
I think Light Will Be Caritas, I think, which is an a cappella piece. One of my first, actually, that was from around 2000, I think. Publisher managed to get a couple of performances of it at something called the ACDA convention in America, which is every 2 years, which is such a big deal because almost the whole audience is just choral conductors.
Looking for your repertoire for their choir?
Yeah, exactly. Oh. So that was really a big deal.
That vehicle you don't need or use anymore has the potential to become financial support for Vermont Public. When you donate a car or truck, our partners at Good News Garage will pick it up. The value of that vehicle will support the news, music, and educational programming that you love. Or if it qualifies, it might be given to a Vermont family in need of transportation. Learn more about donating your vehicle at vermontpublic.org/car.
Vermont Public every day, and eye on the sky.
Vermont Public is 107.9 WBPS, Burlington, Montreal.
88.7 WRB2 Rutland.
94.6 WBCN FM Winnipeg.
88.7 WBBA Ottawa.
89 WBC
Later, we talk about how current beauty standards are changing our relationship to reality.
It seems more explicitly anti-human right now than ever before. There seems to be something that's dovetailing with the age of AI.
Also, we talk with writer Lee Sun-Jin. He's the creator of the Netflix series Beef. The second season is a story about class and blackmail at an exclusive country club. Lee writes what he knows, so many of the show's storylines are pulled from his own life. And that's after spending 2 decades in comedy writers' rooms, where he was often the only Asian person in the room. demands for the United States. The conditions include lifting sanctions, withdrawing U.S. forces from the region, and releasing frozen Iranian assets. NPR's Frank Langford reports from Tel Aviv.
Mohammed Bagher-Zoldan, Secretary of Iran's Supreme National Security Council, said the Strait won't reopen until the U.S. quote corrects its behavior, according to Iranian state media. Iran's demands include U.S. ending the war and quote aggression against Iran's allies in Lebanon, Palestine, Yemen, and Iraq. Iran also insisted the U.S. provide full compensation for damage from past attacks on the country. Iran should grant and hope that the strait was about to reopen. President Trump initially predicted the war would last 4 to 5 weeks. It's now approaching 6 months. The rate increased gas and other consumer prices, which Trump had pledged to bring down. Conviction are 3 months away. NPR reached out to the White House to comment on Iran's conditions, but has yet to hear back. Frank Langford, NPR News, Tel Aviv.
2 helicopter pilots have died fighting a massive wildfire in central Utah. Caroline Ballard from member station KUER reports the blaze is about 24% contained.
The Friday morning crash ignited a fire around the craft, which made it unsafe to get close to the site. On Saturday, search and rescue crews were able to access the area and confirm the 2 deaths. The heavy-lift helicopter was one of 7 assigned to the massive Wide-Mouth 2 fire. So far, it's burned more than 110,000 acres in central Utah, about 3 hours south of Salt Lake City. The FAA and National Transportation Safety Board will investigate the crash. Intense and at times unpredictable fire conditions have fueled a deadly summer. For NPR News, I'm Caroline Ballard.
Trading on Wall Street this week will likely be dominated by the latest report on inflation. NPR's Raphael Nam says the updated figures come at a time of uncertainty for the economy.
A big question is whether we'll see inflation pick up again after a fairly benign report for June. The Federal Reserve last month kept interest rates steady, but it was a divided vote, with some policymakers believing that some pickup should have waited. That could make some policymakers hesitant to raise rates at a time of weak employment. The Fed has some time. Its next policy meeting is not until September. NPR News.
You're listening to NPR News from Washington. Scientists say they have found a new clue as to how COVID-19 may cause long COVID. NPR's Rob Klein has more.
The researchers is demonstrating already that in hospitals. At the University of Texas found that coronavirus, because it's mutated, can apparently reactivate other viruses that have been dormant in their bodies. That includes a family of common viruses that may be associated with long COVID. Researchers hope the advance will lead to new ways to treat long COVID, which affects millions of Americans. That's going on this morning.
And it is so difficult to be vaccinated and not know when you will see it, not know what you'll be returning to, whether you're returning in the community will still be there.
Officials are urging residents to abide by evacuation orders. Police say they're investigating on death, while officials say some residents remain trapped behind fire. This is NPR's Vermont's primary election is this
Secretary of State Sarah Copeland-Hansis will discuss election security and campaign finance laws. And two Vermont Public reporters will give us the scoop on some down-ballot races. That's all on the next Vermont edition of Monday at Noon. This is
changing the way people think about aging and what we believe a real face should look like. In her latest New Yorker piece, Are Plastic Surgery Nightmare?, Tolentino reports that cosmetic procedures like Botox and fillers, once associated with middle age, are now becoming popular for teenagers, with plastic surgeons reporting a significant uptick of patients under 30. Some have even posted photos online asking strangers whether a facelift is an easy task. Changing isn't just our appearance, it's our relationship to reality. Her argument is that when every face can be optimized, filtered, or surgically refined, the face itself begins to lose its status as evidence of a life lived. She argues that the thing we've long treated as a window into another person is becoming less human and more like a product. Gia Tolentino is a staff writer at The New Yorker and the best-selling author of the essay collection Trick Mirror. 7 years ago, she coined the phrase Instagram face, capturing the beauty ideal of the social media era. The new essay asks what that face has become. And Gia Tolentino, welcome back to the show. Thank you so much for having me. Okay, as I mentioned to you, this piece has taken up. And so I thought before we actually get into your latest piece, remind us what Instagram face is or was.
Right, so sometime last decade, if you were on Instagram, you probably noticed that most of the most prominent, most highly visible faces, who generally all belong to white female influencers, they started to kind of converge on a singular face. I remember a makeup artist described it as a sexy baby tiger. You know, it was the kind of Kim Kardashian looks like Kendall Jenner, looks like Bella Hadid, looks like Emily Ratajkowski. There was this kind of convergence of the face towards a certain mean that seemed to me to be very overtly shaped by the algorithm. The face looked like the beauty filters that Snapchat and Instagram provided to kind of lift your cheeks and plump your lips and, you know, make your eyes bigger and make your chin a little more heart-shaped. And you could press the button on your face screen. And then, you know, concurrently, there were technologies, this is kind of the rise of injectables, Botox, there were these little tweaks that you could do in real life to match the tweaks that you could do digitally. And I wanted to write about it then because it just seemed interesting that faces were becoming the same, that these highly visible faces were becoming the same, and the incentives didn't necessarily seem to be coming from within, they seemed to be coming from without. And I wondered what is going to happen in the future. And now we're living in it.
Right. So for those who aren't online enough to really pick up the changes over the last 7 years, paint a picture for us. What is coming out of this new era on our screens? Not just on our screens too, but also in real life. What are we actually seeing? What does this new aesthetic actually look like?
So this began as kind of niche behavior among the professionally beautiful, the wealthy and famous. But the desire trickles down because those faces are necessarily visually overrepresented. And what those women do trickles down into the desire for the general population. And in the nearly, let's say, decade that has elapsed, when I was starting to research this piece, I started just Googling cities in the United States. I started Googling mid-sized cities everywhere outside the coasts to check, how widespread is this behavior actually? There are some proxies, like the Reddit for r/plastic surgery. It has almost as many weekly visitors as the Reddit forum for r/running. So there are some proxies where you can tell this is becoming a quite generalized interest. If you are on social media, you see the way that people's faces have become uncanny. The forehead is a little rough. Most of the face has kind of trickled down to the general population. If you get it at your local strip mall, because anywhere you are in the U.S., and people certainly do. And now the faces of the rich and famous and professionally beautiful, now it's changing. Now there's facelifts. Now there's these invisible facelifts. There are the flickers of desire in the general population, people being like, well, should I get a facelift at age 30? This seems to be the next wave of what's happening, that the facelifts are becoming the kind of soon-to-be normalized desire.
Yeah, and the facelifts themselves are providing a look that maybe is taking us in another direction of trying to look more natural. You mentioned some of those more popular Reddit pages. There are also so many plastic surgeons now who have these accounts that are very popular, showing before and afters of these deep tone facelifts. With art for the same effect.
It's interesting, right? The Instagram posts, the procedures themselves were fundamentally non-violent, a little needle to back to the artist, right? But people kind of looked obviously altered. The Kardashians would use this proxy for this. You could see their faces changing in real time. Kim Kardashian published a selfie book called Selfish, where you could see how her face had changed. The work was on display, even though the procedures themselves were fairly minor. The facelift is interesting because the procedure itself is kind of extraordinarily violent. You're severing all these layers of muscle and fat and fascia. Bridget Reed did a piece for New York Magazine where she describes a plastic surgeon lifting the face off of its bones like a Halloween mask and rearranging it. But the results are almost supernatural. There's almost something mystical and gnostic about it, where there's this, they kind of imply this complex secret knowledge. And as you mentioned, there's kind of a cottage industry that has been growing over the last decade because these things are interesting to look at on screens. We love looking at faces. And we love looking at faces because, as I was writing, the face is traditionally how we come to know each other, how the first glimpse we have of a person's temperament and soul and life history and disposition.
Right. It tells us, it answers so many questions. Also, you can tell if a person is tired. You can tell if they're sick. You can tell their emotions. Do they laugh a lot? By their laugh lines. It's a marker of allowing us to see if we can even trust the person. You're basically arguing that we're entering a world where these faces don't communicate because Botox and some of these other treatments freeze the face. We're losing the ability to read one another.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems like you were saying, there are plastic surgeons on Instagram and TikTok. There are all of these influencers that are just for kind of forensically analyzing what people may and may not have done. We love to look at faces. We're still looking at faces. But increasingly, online, especially if you are a girl or you're a woman, your feed is likely tailored towards these sort of things. The faces being presented to us as a consumer guide and a disciplinary manual rather than a human repository with possession in life. Socialized as a woman, that you're looking out for human information, that you want human information and experience to show on your face. it's really being reconfigured as kind of an object that should stand up under digital surveillance.
If you're just joining us, my guest is New Yorker staff writer Gia Tolentino. Her new piece, Our Plastic Surgery Nightmare, is about the rise of undetectable cosmetic surgery and what it's doing to our grip on reality. We'll continue our conversation after a short break. I'm Connie Mosley, and this is French Lady.
The Neubauer Family Foundation supports WHYY's Freshen and its commitment to sharing ideas and encouraging meaningful conversation. Support for NPR comes from this station and from the NPR One Fund, which has generated over $1.75 million to support NPR programs. Learn more at npr.org. Available to adults 21 plus. And from the Key Charitable Trust, sharing real stories with supporting data through its podcast activity. Explore and help people find solutions to some of today's biggest issues. Surgical facelift with a lot of people. That's certainly quite popular in the suburbs of Houston, where I live. Well-placed and helps you tailor to shape. You know, you can put it in your jawline to frame your cheeks. You know, you can kind of lift your brow with Botox. You can kind of chunky your face. People are better with iron. Whether it's temporary there's neck lifts, there's mini lipo, there's all sorts of stuff. There's the realm of constant facial resurfacing with laser, you know, and all of these things, you know, again, it's like individually, whatever, right? You know, individually let people live. However, collectively, it just, what is this weekend of things?
Producer Molly points out that BBLs, Brazilian butt lifts, are being reversed and people are taking off their nails or lashes are going out for style. It's kind of turning into the clean girl aesthetic. Is that sort of under the same phenomenon?
One thing that is just kind of blanket true, will always be true about beauty standards for women, is that they're never static. There's never a final point. Well, at least from the point of view of the industry is dictating it, which now include the surveillance technologies of deploying social media. There is never a fixed point at which content makers prescribe for investigation a couple of years ago, they asked, AI image generators, multiple of them, to produce an image of a normal woman. Almost every face that was generated was white, young, and beautiful. Right. There's already been such a distinct effect, and one wonders, AI is something that I personally, take issue with the way that it kind of programmatically positions what is specifically human as inferior for being specifically human, for being bounded, for being imperfect. When in fact our boundedness, our imperfection, our kind of immanence, that's the best thing about us. That's what makes us actually human. And so the way that all of this is manifesting through the face is really what I wanted to write about.
One of the paradoxes at the center of this essay is also that plastic surgery is becoming both detectable and more extreme at the same time. And the Mar-a-Lago face in particular is a good example of this. Can you describe it for us?
I feel kind of a fondness for what's called Mar-a-Lago face.
Yeah?
It's because it's almost quaint, So Mar-a-Lago face is, if you have observed the faces of the women of the second Trump administration, this is Mar-a-Lago face. It's kind of like Instagram face. It's as if kind of the Kardashian-esque beauty standard of 2016 has ported itself 10 years later to the seat of American power and added quite a lot of makeup to it. It's what plastic surgery used to be, where it flaunts itself, where it kind of flaunts its lack of relationship to human reality, which I find kind of funny, and I find almost funny. And it also, there's a way in which it mirrors the actual political policies because of the Trump administration, where power is displayed in traveling disconnecting from reality altogether. And in that way, people that are very much against trans healthcare, gender-affirming, medical care, display a beauty look that is nothing if not gender-affirming. It's fundamentally gender-affirming surgery like much plastic surgery is.
So for like a Mar-a-Lago woman, she's performing maximal femininity. And for the men, this looks maximal. They're kind of surgically building maximal maleness.
Totally. It's almost like that. I mean, it's, they're literally, which is why it's always been so funny to me to see Republicans be so against drag and children's exposure to drag and against, again, trans affirming, gender-affirming medical care, because essentially all plastic surgery is that the hair transplants that men are getting in Turkey, the threat of they're entrepreneurs, they make more money than their husbands, they're heads of the men's businesses. And, there's a similar kind of contradiction with the kind of Mar-a-Lago face character where, let's say, the Trump administration for, among other things, altering her face. So she became heartbroken after her daughter got surgery as a teenager. And I'm just wondering, when we look at these things, how do you feel? What is your feeling tonight? Inevitably, her relationship to her physical self. She'll find herself perfectly innocent until she sees the things on the screen that start to tell her. That's the only thing I can really think of. You know, I guess I want her to see me valorizing the human and valorizing, you know, the actual human, not trying to improve and protect and beautify myself and my life in a way where it seems like that's a priority. How can you do that? Because, you know, we like that to have that really I'm not going to lie, you can remember that we have that. So how do you feel when there's something that you feel about? I think that's the question, right? I think that's the question that it's hard to put this huge flavors, right? And it's a lot of how it is lookable where the incentives are so anti-human, and how do we deal with it? How do we live within it, and where do we hold our ground? And I think the answer is specific to every person, but I think specifically with me, I wrote about optimization in my book in 2017, and after I wrote about it, it became clear that I could feel a difference in my life. I think she will see me her whole life, you know, responding to it, living within the system, you know, but I never want her to think, I never want her to see within me that the purpose of being a woman is to be as beautiful as possible all the time, you know, and to never look old, to never change, to always look like I did when I was 26. I never want her to see those incentives that exist on the internet be written on my actual activities in life, and I hope I can hold myself to that for her sake, you know?
Gia Tolentino, thank you so much for this conversation.
Thank you so much for having me.
Gia Tolentino is a staff writer at The New Yorker. Her new piece is called Our Plastic Surgery Nightmare. In the new comedy, I Want More Sex, Olivia Wilde plays a
Elliot blames coach and overpredictive parents. Noted that Ian's peers were raised to fear any kind of in-person socialization, let alone intimacy. Erica calls them all out as a generation of cowards, arguing that the whole thing is sex, and of life itself, is supposed to work, and violence. Performances from Mason Gooding as Elliot's snarky gay co-worker, Zach, and Chase Sue Wonders as Elliot's best friend, Apple, who envies his forays in bikini. As it turns out, though, there's not much to envy. Erica invites Elliot to take their already wild relationship to another level. But what happens next simply doesn't make it clear. It's the movie's most daring scene and ultimately its most disappointing. Like some other recent BDSM films, like Baby Girls 2, I Want Your Sex brings you the emotional crisis film that lays bare the long-term implications of the character's arrangements. The Monty is partly this, but he's more of a difference in his more radical early days. And the movie, for all its twists and twists, follows a fairly conventional line. And the narrative machinery really starts to splutter in the closing stretch, as the pieces of the swimming pool mystery plot snap laboriously into place. Even so, I left I Want Your Sex with real respect for Araki's determination to start a cross-generational conversation, and his fondness for his characters and his actors. Hoffman, who came to fame a few years ago in Paul Thomas Anderson's Licorice Pizza, has a wily goofball charisma. He never becomes the butt of the movie's joke. And Wilde is outstanding as Erica, mocking her own art world pretensions one minute, delivering a sex-positive monologue the next, and always seeming to keep the truth of what she really wants under wraps. She's a plastic
and from extras savings for new auto customers surveyed in 2025 is equal to all savings reported savings. Potential savings and availability varies by state.
iTunes Big 3 season is heating up.
Learn more at JC.org. And from the George Lucas Education Foundation, Megan Legend Wilkie for 35 years, sharing what works in schools today and working to inspire new ways to learn tomorrow. More at edutopia.org.
Hi, I'm Fairbanks Museum Planetarium Director Mark Green. Join me and Vermont Public's Jane Lindholm at Billings Farm in Woodstock, or here on the radio August 12th as we explore the wonders of the summer sky, from the Perseid meteor shower to the summer triangle to the Big Dipper. Reserve free tickets at vermontpublic.org/events and from the directions of customer availability and eligibility may vary. Flowerington.org. Support from Adagio Chocolates and Chroma Technology.
Science and storytelling that just might change how you think about yourself.
Hi, I'm Sean Carvega.
Local summer produce is at its peak. Savor fresh Onondaga tomatoes
And insights on the first decade of the show.
Super bounty at OnondagaGrown.com.
On Sunday, August 23rd.
The details and tickets at vermontpublic.org/events.
Support from St. Michael's College. Summertime is the right time to support Vermont Public.
When you make a gift by August 31st, you'll be entered in our summer raffle.
Not only will you be
be powering Vermont Public's programming, but you'll also have a chance at a private sailing lesson with Lake Champlain Community Sailing Center.
The prize to Hanover Road Captain Warehouse for prohibition pay.
For the grand prize, a trip for two to Costa Rica with Road Scholar.
Absence of the Peter Summer and help keep Vermont Public strong through all seasons.
Prizes and contest rules at vermontpublic.org/live.
This is Spencer. I'm Tanya Mosey. Creator, writer, and director Lee Sung-jae. The second season of his Netflix series Beat just ran 6 collections, including for writing, directing, and executive producing. It's his second time being nominated for all 3 categories, making him the first Asian television creator in film history to do that in the same series. Lee says he writes what he knows, and what he keeps returning to are the pressures people feel but rarely talk about: money, class, and the anger we sometimes swallow to get through the day. The idea for season 2 began when Lee was walking through his neighborhood and heard a couple arguing with each other inside of their home. Later, when he told the story, his younger friends were horrified. "Did you call 911?" they asked. Friends his own age had almost the opposite reaction. They shrugged. Lee couldn't stop thinking of that story. Those revealed about what types of conditions affect our relationships, and what happens when the private lives of one person drive down into the world. And how long have you and what's her name?
Ashley.
Ashley. How long have you and Ashley been going out?
In and out.
So early. Well, you've got a good fight to win. And when it does come, you two are going to be stronger for it.
If I'm going to say this, man, I don't think that's how relationships work.
All right? All I'll say is that all the couples I know that last, they've really had at it. There's actually the ones that don't, where someone's usually hiding something. I'm not sure that that's the situation with Ashley, but the bad does have to come out somewhere.
To help our community. If you'd like to get involved, please visit musicforthemission.com.
hadn't really seen characters wrestle with the fact that, we're starting to feel and do things that previous generations did for the first time. And as someone who's 44, that felt very potent and relevant. So, it just comes up.
has a little bit more power because he's a manager, but all of them kind of don't have power. But they begin throughout the course of the series to battle against each other instead of the folks who are the ones with the money and power who are part of the country club, you know? Yeah, it was just interesting.
That was very much intended. You know, I had the privilege of, getting to use the country club for a month because I was house sitting for one of my best friends who, we've been friends since our mid-20s. We broke and poured together, temped in random places in LA, and he recently came into a lot of money in tech over the last few years. And so he became a member of Montecito Country Club. Mm-hmm. And I was house sitting for him for like a month. And he allowed me to use his membership while I was there. And, I kind of turned my nose up at it, being like, that's crazy the amount of money you're paying for this place.
That's how much?
It's a $300K initiation fee. That's just to apply.
Not even your yearly dues.
No.
Yeah.
So then it's dues, all this stuff, and you're encouraged to donate, and then once you enter the club, it's not like it's like a free buffet. You pay for everything, and everything's it's extraordinarily costly. And I found myself 3 days into using it, where I'm like, can I see an application, please? And so. While I was there, I was observing that probably most of the members are like boomer science, in my estimation, and almost all the workers were millennial and Gen Z. And I thought, well, that's a analogy for 2026 if I've ever seen one, where no matter how hard the millennials and Gen Z workers work, they're never going to get through that. They're not going to be able to pay that initiation fee. And that felt like an appropriate metaphor for, I think, how a lot of people are feeling today,
All right, I got to talk just for a minute about season 1 because we got to talk about this road rage situation that came from a real thing that happened to you. You were in a parking lot, you got into it with somebody, you started following them for what? And let's talk about this with what would you have done if that person was stuck?
I think the only reason it was so long stopping, I call it, is because I was getting on the 10 when I was in LA, and it was bumper-to-bumper traffic. And so what started very heated, then eventually you're just sort of, it's not like the movies or the show where you're chasing, you're just sort of like stuck. And then 30 minutes go by. And then, on that day, we were both going to the same exit, which was on the opposite side of town. You were pretty accurate with it, but you had mentioned this scientific belief that our inner voices are formed by how our caregivers talk to us when we were small. Yes. And ever since I heard you say that, I've been thinking everything. And I don't even know how to work on that. to really make sure that this room was worth it, that you're trying to give yourself a better life than the one that you have. And so I think, things are different in love language to modern restaurant like we're used to, where, now it's like the parenting,
SAT, or maybe you did, and played the violin. I mean, highly just academically superior.
That was my parents, for sure. It was a lot of, your whole childhood was like, preparing to try and get into an Ivy League school. And so it was hours of violin practice every day. I played tennis. I, was, self-studying for the PSATs. I remember in I want to say 6th grade, and and it worked. I got into school, and so I think the way they spoke to me makes sense to try and model out. Hearing him talk about highlights and stuff. I think that they were supposed to highlight look how harsh he is on himself. And to me, I'm just like, oh,
what did you see?
That's just drive. I don't think I can get through a season of heat without that work ethic,
Your family moved a lot. You all moved, as you mentioned, you lived up and down the Midwest, in Texas, and then up Minnesota. You go to UPenn, you graduate in economics, is that right? And then you decide, I want to do the same stuff. And you moved to New York, and the first night you get there, your car's people steal everything except for an Aladdin DVD. What were you planning to do there?
Maybe music. I applied to so many music internships because I was so musical. That didn't really pan out. I remember there was this one forum, back when internet forums were more of a thing, where Jack Conte, who is the guitarist for Bon Jovi, had just started a record label, and he posted that he was looking to hire interns. And I remember applying on that forum, sent my resume, and he was based in New Jersey, and I would drive out, and I would just box CDs and think from promotional materials, and I was able to leverage by asking hey, I don't mind being an intern, but is it okay if I create business cards of my own where I can have my title be director of research? And he was cool with it. So then I remember printing those out, and in New York, I didn't know anybody, so I was so alone. I'm not exaggerating when I say I did not have a friend. And so I would Google where the free events were that night, there'd be some like, Condé Nast would be having some like release party at the Hermes store. And I would go get dressed up in my one suit with my little self-made business card. I would stand in line and I would sneak into the party, and then I would eat the free food that would be the humor for the day, so and then I would come back. Yeah, I don't recommend. You'll have like long time back issues. And, was doing that for probably almost 2 years. It was the largest spread also happened, which is fascinating. And then, right after that,
Our technical director and engineer is Michael Duncan. Our engineer this week is Adam Staniszewski. With Terry Gross, I'm Karen Wilson.
Support for NPR this station. I'm from the NPR line, which has generated over $1.75 million to support NPR programming. Learn more at nprblindclub.org. Available to adults 21 and older. I'm from the Pew Charitable Trust, sharing real stories with supporting data through its podcast activity, exploring how people find solutions to some of today's biggest issues.
Good morning. You're listening to Vermont Public. The TED Radio Hour is next with support today from you as well as Montshire Museum of Science, Norwich, with water play, nature trails, and an exhibition exploring how nature inspires engineering solutions, Montshire.org. And BSAC helping families make informed decisions about financial aid and education loans, bsac.org/learn.
Decisions made by local towns and cities affect us all. I know that
This is the TED Radio Hour. well-known speakers delivered at TED conferences to bring about what people want to see around the world to understand who we are. From those talks, we bring you speakers and ideas that will surprise you.
You just don't know what you're going to find.
Challenge you.
We feel to ask ourselves, why is it no way?
And even change you. You feel that way? Ideas will spread. And anything else. All of us will be thinking about how to bring people lines of communication. On the show today, how to talk about what making payments and payments achieve for consumers. Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Lisa Thompson. Negotiations over the state of Hormuz are continuing through the weekend, with members of the Trump administration expressing cautious optimism that a deal may be within reach. Vice President J.D. Vance says progress has been made toward increasing the flow of oil and gas through the strait, which could help lower gas prices for Americans.
We're applying a whole host of tools, diplomatic, economic, military tools, to ensure that we get the best outcome for the American people. I feel quite confident we will get there, but we're still a bit in the middle of the game.
An Iranian official says Tehran is close to an agreement with Oman aimed at securing shipping through the strait, but the official says fully reopening the waterway depends on a change in U.S. behavior. More than 72 million Americans are under heat alerts this weekend. In some places, the ridiculous heat has been lingering for weeks. NPR's annual health reports and a survey finds an increasing number of people say the ongoing extreme heat is changing how they live.
90% of people say extreme heat has had at least some impact on their lives, up from 83% 2 years ago. The AP North survey finds a growing share of Americans say it's affecting their energy bills, outdoor activities, their sleep. One thing that stopped, the percentage of Americans who say climate change is happening. 2/3, down from 3/4 2 years ago. Climate change is making a transportation making abnormal heat unlikely. This as highs in parts of the western U.S. at 100 degrees. The National Weather Service says it's up to 12 degrees above normal this summer. And held NPR News.
More Americans are relying on artificial intelligence for financial advice. A recent survey found 40% of people said they used AI in the last 3 months to manage their finances. NPR's David Saha reports the technology can give good financial advice, but often misses nuance.
Those people using AI for advice are trying to find ways to stretch their budget according to David Howard. The advice gives also he says AI offers kind of big picture you would expect from a private sector like banks, expensive as people who are paying more
in Washington. Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include the Pew Charitable Trusts, sharing real stories with supporting data through its podcast, After the Fact, exploring how people find solutions to some issues.
be by a full bunch of some very localized showers, a few buildings of thunderstorms, which is actually designed to make it really fancy to yourself as you
understanding of what I now like to call vaccine inquisitiveness. It wasn't that he was just reluctant to give himself vaccines or to get his future children vaccinated. It was that he had questions, concerns, misinformation very deeply on, so that he needed an expert like myself to share without scorn and without judgment.
So it's interesting to me because there's this key moment when you slow down and you take the time to sort of talk it out with them and think it. And is that what sort of made you realize that now that
Go ahead, say it. A really white list.
I remember telling my boss at the time that there's no way.
Working on creating vaccines for when a pandemic might hit. And then it did.
Hundreds in China has now reached the United States.
Climbing to 105 cases.
It is a pandemic at this point. Let's talk about what that means.
In January of 2020, that virus that was circulating was deemed to be a coronavirus. This was a moment that me and my team had prepared for. We joined forces with Moderna, and we promised ourselves that we were going to get in a phase 1 clinical trial in only 100 days. A purely scientific goal, by the way, but as I look back and I write this speech, I think there was probably a little bit of ego attached to it too. But that's okay because we did it. I mean, after countless hours in the lab, that vaccine, mRNA-1273, or what you now know to be called Spikevax, went into a phase 1 clinical trial in only 66 days, a world record. Now, at the end of the year, that vaccine was determined to be 94% effective against severe disease. But what was the gut punch for me was that 20% of people said that they were not going to take that vaccine. 20% of people were what the WHO would call vaccine hesitant. Now, vaccine hesitancy is not new. Even prior to the pandemic, vaccine hesitancy was deemed to be one of top 10 global health threats. And the truth of the matter is that vaccinologists like myself had long ignored this population of people who just were not going to take vaccines for one reason or the other. We were too busy publishing our data in world-renowned journals, kind of talking to ourselves.
What I appreciated was that in your talk, you showed a little bit of regret that you were so focused, so intent on creating this vaccine to deal with the coronavirus in record time that maybe you forgot some of these things because you were a little bit in the scientific bubble.
I am currently in the scientific bubble because that's how I've been trained. I've been trained since I was 19 to think about science strictly for the purpose of science. Mm-hmm. There was at one point, there were tens of thousands of people dying a day. We should have gone faster, frankly. Mm-hmm. What happened was a series of very minor activities really good vaccines in very short period of time. So I will not ever regret. But what I will always regret is that we witnessed the first time there was one moment where I said, themselves or their loved ones vaccinated. One of the major concerns was that we were moving too fast. There was so much research that was done prior to the pandemic. People studied coronavirus basic biology. The Nobel laureate studied how to make mRNA feasible to deliver medicine to the body. We didn't get out there quick. All of that research makes the coronavirus vaccine quicker, safer, and more effective. Kindergartners are showing up to kindergarten without their full vaccination. Preventable disease. And for me, that's really unfortunate because I know that there are 23 viral families that have the potential to infect humans. So it's not a question of whether there will be another pandemic. It's a matter of when.
In a minute, vaccine researcher Kiznikia Corbett on how she now talks to people who distrust vaccines. The phrase she came up with that she thinks can crack open the conversation. Today on the show, honest conversations about what medicine can and can't achieve. I'm Manish Zamarodi, and you're listening to the TED Radio Hour from NPR. Stay with us.
You kind of want to just bargain into buying more cookies. Try to trick and buy more cookies. Just like if your favorite candy is research, say you have a ticket like yes, this is tips and tricks from some of the best salespeople in the world. Well, that's a part of it. You can listen to Johnny.
Stay with Vermont Public for Weekend Edition beginning at 8 o'clock. Support the program today comes from USI KARP Vermont advocates for the preservation of Vermonters' social security benefits. Details at AARP.org/EP. And Montreal Museum of Science with waterplay, nature trails, and an exhibition exploring how nature inspires engineering solutions. Montreal.org.
Support for the TED Radio Hour comes from Bayer, who believes science is the largest process of testing, often compelling from Western, dedicated
incredibly frustrating for Kiznikia and her team. In 2021, she realized she did an interview and tried to offer some audio in 2006,
We're hearing a lot of things. We're hearing hantavirus and Ebola, and then we're also seeing an administration in state houses that are trying to roll back science funding and are anti-vaccine. What should someone be thinking about?
What I want to come out of this conversation is that outbreaks are going to happen because that is what viruses do to survive. And all of us should be thinking about how we can keep aligned with community. The idea that we only talk about viruses and vaccines and all this kind of when outbreaks is happening helps to actually increase the skepticism because like, where did this come from? If you think about that, if I were to put myself in someone else's shoes, oh my gosh, who got this? New type of vaccine. These people are saying that have it out here by the end of the year in reference to no one's ever done this before. That is not skeptical. And so I think we have a lot of work to do around keeping forward with communication open. So let me ask you, what are you working on right now? I am making vaccines in the form of nanoparticles. One of the things that we do that's really cool is we create very small linkers, so just protein sequences that link different viral proteins to those nanoparticles. And so we can put many different viral proteins in the surface of nanoparticles, give them as a vaccine, and then hypothetically protect the disease and viruses at the same time. So we can get it done that way. Questions you have throughout the day simply do not have answers or theories behind them. So So at any point, you become a scientist. And inviting that type of curiosity from the community into science, particularly into vaccine development and understanding, can only make what we do better.
That was the VP of Orbit to the viral immunologist and now professor at Harvard's CFCH North School of Public Health. And also again, joining us to find out people. This is James Robinson. I have known James ever since our boys were in kindergarten together. When we first met, we quickly learned that he and his wife Holly also had childhood friends. And one of those friends, a boy named Nadav, was James.
Hi, my name is James. I live in Brooklyn, New York with my wife Holly, and I'm a dad.
This past year, James Robinson told Nadav's story on his legacy.
Well, he says they're that, they were in the same. How many kids do you have? There's 3 amazing boys. And then he says, I'm older. And that's what they get us to conversation. Because one of them, the best one, was born with a heart defect and died in 2 years old. They don't realize what a privilege it was to be their father, and how grateful I am that they had that experience. And today, I'm going to explain why. When he was born, they told us that his heart was not formed correctly, that it would require 3 surgeries before the age of 4. He was the first kid only 5 days old. That these surgeries would not cure his underlying condition, that there was no fixing his heart, and that the goal was to get him to 2 years old with a health system.
And how did you help them?
Because his substitution was a big blood with the army did not know who was dead. With the unknown as best we can, hoping that things will work out for the best. We hope the decisions we make are the right ones. When things go wrong, we know that there are no right decisions at all. We simply do not know. But there is also wonder to be found in the unknown. When we are first conceived, on the outside of the embryo are tiny hairs called cilia. This is the deeply unrealized And one thing doctors knew nothing about was how to parent our children. As one doctor said to us, never forget that he is our patient, but he is your son.
Those first few years of my dad's life was flawed. Okay, so this is
And so this was kind of a tempting opportunity, and it was one of those moments, and there are many of them in literature, medically complicated, where you have to weigh the point, the risk of this disease. And this was a complicated one. This sounded absolutely ridiculous. He was intubated, he was in critical condition,
It took 45 minutes to get him from his room to the elevator down the hall. But it was such a precious gift. Not out of pity or palliative care, but because he recognized that to heal is human. To feel the wind in your hair, touch leaves, smell flowers, to watch your brothers play, to be together as a family is an amazingly human thing to do.
The goal of the delivering targeted pressure relief where it's needed most. Available at the Safe Harbor store at safeharbor.net. This is our
The dog was intubated, no shape to travel, and the doctors said they'd done all they could do. So the family was screaming. That was until James and Health finally learned that a procedure being done in Philadelphia that could possibly be a one-time.
There was a doctor in Philadelphia who was pioneering a new procedure, and it was from one of the greatest hospitals in the U.S. Right? And so, well, this is something that I don't think it's going to be if my wife did not read medical journals. The reason she read medical journals was because she was looking for absolutely everything that we needed to know to let this kid survive.
I mean, that seems kind of crazy. Your wife, to be clear, is not a physician.
But the dissemination of information, I can only speak about the public health is the best His doctors in Australia and the doctors at Quebec SDR FM did a lot of amazing work to actually plan out the logistics of getting a kid this sick home. This was the furthest they had ever transported somebody this sick. They arranged to have a specially equipped Gulfstream 3 take off from Philadelphia with an incredible attending physician, 2 nurses, and a respiratory therapist. They flew from Philadelphia to Oakland, Oakland to Hawaii, Hawaii to Fiji, Fiji to Sydney. It was miraculous. One of the nurses said, "Don't worry, we'll get you home." And then he unzipped his jumpsuit, and underneath was, he was from North Carolina,
and he was wearing a Greg Olsen jersey. Greg Olsen used to be a tight end for the Carolina Panthers, whose son also has a heart condition similar to our son's. And he had thought to wear that under his jumpsuit, right? And he unzipped to show us. And we're like, who are these amazing, remarkable people? And it is so humbling, Manoush, to know that there are people who've chosen this as their profession, that have dedicated their careers to helping children like our son.
Yeah, right.
But one of the problems with heart failure is they drain into their lungs, into their fluid, hard enough to keep them alive in the hospital. They're going to get a flight, so they have to replace the fluid with fresh frozen plasma. The doctors in Australia have come up with a system of defrosting it at various stages throughout the flight so that it can replace the fluids. The issues with things like taking fentanyl across country lines, right, across borders, I mean, that's hugely complicated. You know, the word music is in there. Like if you croak through his intubation the tube, which is insane. Talking is important, right? Like you need your family is important. The procedure in Philadelphia was successful. The guy was no longer in critical condition, but his underlying issues persisted. The biggest problem is that there was still some fluid in his lungs and we couldn't leave until it cleared. We spent 6 months in Philadelphia waiting for that lung to clear. In that time, he learned to walk again, to talk again, to eat again, to smile again. We took him outside as much as possible. We wanted him to feel like a kid again because we knew how important it was to help him heal. That lung did not clear, no matter what the doctors tried. There was completely vacuum. Eventually, they decided to try a last
go to kindergarten despite how tough it would be.
We wanted them to first meeting with the staff at the school was in a club. That's what they wanted to help them. I just obviously didn't get any of the North Carolina. Especially, the first thing was very sticky, right? Well, she's not a divorce and all that shit. And this conversation was a little tense because there's a lot of logistics you have to work out. He's going to take him to the bathroom, he's going to take him upstairs, this sort of thing. But the teacher who would be in charge of him at one point would go over to me when it was especially tense and said, "Don't worry, we're here." And at that moment I knew Jack was actually the comfortable ready for school so that she didn't have the time to explain the impact of Afghanistan. And most fans are all from the DFA to the local area, like the CBC Montreal, and fantastic. And I think that's true of anything. Wheelchair or anything of such nature. Adults have a really hard time with it. But kids, if you explain to them what the David Samuel is for, that is to give them options to live. And so he developed this kind of a concept.
The story doesn't end well.
Because I'm able to share his life with other people in a way that hopefully makes an impact. And as a father, that's incredibly meaningful. I had known this when he was born, that this was a possibility, right? And in his 5 years, I had to wrestle with that a lot. Right? There's this thing called anticipatory grief that I think anybody who is a kid feels, right? And you want to almost even though you hope that it's going to be. And I think what has happened with my father is he feel the obligation to try to be responsible. And I realized that's responsible. I've just met all these amazing people who are wrestling with disorder. And I hear things that allow me to take some of those ideas and share them with other members. And I think the ability to talk about medicine as an essentially human endeavor and all the implications of it is something that I think is not often and does seem to have big impact. That a lot of these things are difficult, not as well researched as they should be. And I think that's important for them to admit that because it changes the dynamic between family and doctor to a point where you can both recognize their ambiguity as you make decisions. And I think doctors have a hard time doing that. And I understand why. You know, they'll be seen as not well-trained, competent, or, you know, but I think there's a way of communicating that to families in a way that's reassuring and not devastating, right? Which is to say, here are the things we could try. Honestly, we don't know how they could turn out. In my experience, I tend to see things happen in this way, but we don't really know what can happen. And this is something that we have to make together. I think it's a very healthy not in like a haphazard way, but in a way which is like, okay, we've got to do something better than what we're doing now, and I think this might work, right? And so most of the things we take for granted now are derived from procedures like that. Our son benefited from that. The reason he was able to leave Children's Hospital of Philadelphia was because of a lymphatic procedure, which is rarely done, which is not well understood at all. The lymphatic procedure is not understood. Live for these moments of pride. Graduation, getting married, having kids. I realize that many of these things we did not experience with Nadav. But in his 5 years together, we experienced as many moments of pride as most parents feel in a lifetime. And then it was time to tell his brothers, the one thing I had always feared. When I think back to that moment, I think back to conversations I would have with my own father when I was young. We would go outside at late night and look at the stars. He'd explain to me that he was seeing the stars as they were millions of years ago. That even though they appeared in the sky, some of them may no longer exist. I asked him what was between the stars, and he said, nothing. I refused to accept this. We argued about it endlessly. I could not imagine such a thing as nothing. My father's own father had died when he was just 16 years old. I grew up afraid of death, terrified of the concept of nothingness. And when it came time to tell him about his brothers that he had died, I felt the same sort of dread. As a father, I always felt it was my job to teach my children. Confirming, against my will, the empty darkness that surrounds every giant star. Thank you.
You can hear James's full talk and much more on the TED Talks Daily feed. Thank you so much for listening. This episode was produced by Matthew Cloutier, Avery Keatley, and TED Talks Daily's Lucy Little. It was edited by Katie Monteleone, Sanaz Meshkinpour, and me. Our production staff at NPR also includes Rachel Kaufman-White, Leah Guerin, Harsha Nahada, and James Saragusi. Our executive producer is Irene Mbuchi. Our audio engineer was Damien. Our theme music
Team Airblue. Our partners at TED are Salcom, Logan McCoy Gavda, Colin Walker, Roxanne Highland, and Donovan Walker. I'm Nikki Dunlady, and you have been listening to the TED Radio Hour from NPR.
Support for the TED Radio Hour comes from the Andrew Carnegie Foundation, formerly Carnegie Corporation of New York, working to reduce political polarization through support for education, democracy,
CKBN FM Bennington and on the Vermont Public app. Support for programming today comes from you as well as Detail, delivering multi-gig fiber optic internet to homes and businesses across Vermont with locally based service and support. Details at vermontpel.com. Additional funding today comes from Corporate Circle members, including the Church Street Marketplace, supporting local business and events in the heart of Burlington, as well as April Cornell Clothing, Linens, and Furniture.
From NPR News in Washington, D.C., this is Weekend Edition. Roscoe, good morning. After the Supreme Court struck down Roe v. Wade, interest in long-term birth control spiked. But now that trend is reversing as social media accounts in the MAHA movement attack contraception. And the amount of space junk keeps growing as humans launch more tech into space. What is the risk? Plus, how a Broadway play, Hadestown the musical, became a hit at the movies.
Everyone hoped that it would go well, but I honestly don't think anyone expected it would go this well.
It's Sunday, August 9th. News is next.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Windsor Johnston. Iran says it will not negotiate directly with the United States unless the Trump administration honors an agreement reached in June. The memorandum of understanding called for limits on Tehran's nuclear program in exchange for sanctions relief and was intended to lay the groundwork for ending the conflict. NPR's Hadil Al-Shafji reports from Istanbul.
Speaking to reporters, Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi said that Iran was exchanging messages via intermediaries, but that he would not call the process a negotiation with the U.S. He said that the brokers were trying to find a way back to talks. Qatar and Pakistan have been the main mediators in the process. The U.S. broke a 60-day ceasefire that was stipulated in the Memorandum of Understanding when it began a new wave of strikes on Iran in July. Araghchi said that an agreement between Iran and Oman to open the Strait of Hormuz was in its final stages. Iran has said that the opening of the strait is contingent on conditions, including the U.S. going back to the June agreement. Hadil Al-Shafji, NPR News, Istanbul.
President Trump is pushing back against official settlers and distributing to cause approvals for new
energy agencies conduct an audit of their electricity and water use. This comes in contrast with Abbott's previous comments about data centers, calling Texas, quote, the epicenter of AI development in November. Data centers and other large energy consumers in Texas are requesting more than 5 times the amount of energy used to power the entire state during record-breaking demand.
For NPR News, I'm Natalie Weber in Houston.
A massive wildfire in central Utah has burned tens of thousands of acres in Fish Lake National Forest. Fire spokesperson Deanna Younger says crews continue to face dangerous conditions there.
We're at 111,306 acres with 24% containment. It's about 2 miles southwest of Kanosh, Utah, and we are still experiencing extreme fire behavior.
2 pilots were killed when their helicopter went down Friday morning. The crash sparked a second blaze that later merged with the main fire. Emergency crews are making progress against 3 major wildfires burning around Spokane, Washington. This is NPR News in Washington.
Support for NPR is from NPR First. Other contributors include the Since 1985, supporting advances in science, education, and the arts towards a fairer, more just, and civil society. More information is available at sciScienceFoundation.org.
Good morning, it's 8:04. I'm Aaron Kimball with news headlines from Vermont Public. State regulators do not plan to restrict PFAS in air emissions from a Coventry landfill. That's according to a draft Clean Air Act permit. PFAS are toxic chemicals that end up in the landfill through discarded goods. Casella is testing a system to remove them from landfill wastewater at the Coventry facility it operates, but local environmental advocates say they worry the process could cause PFAS to escape into the air and possibly pollute nearby soil and water. Waste managers say it's the only way the state has to remove it.
It's cold and I know it is sweet. Is there somewhere you can tell me? He walks on, doesn't look back. He pretends he can hear her.
Or federal government officials restrict PFAS from air pollution. Draft permit is scheduled for August 21st for the Senate. The original tariff on food and fuel is set to start illegal this month. President Trump is imposing a 50% tax on certain Canadian goods. The ongoing trade war is already affecting certain sectors of Vermont's economy. Ken Albert is a winemaker and co-founder of Southern Vineyards. Albert told Vermont Edition his keynote negotiating with the Montreal distributors on the news of the new tariff. So, I was in the middle of a conversation with first of all, the opportunity to have sales in the large population and Ontario are 2 of Vermont Venture's largest markets. The eye in the sky calls for a few spotty showers or a thunderstorm northeast, isolated by afternoon hours in the low to mid-80s.
This is the edition of NPR News.
And that's the one that I can't tell. I'm going to ask him to.
That's President Trump speaking with Punch Bowl News in a video posted Friday. Him not being on the midterm ballot may mean his supporters stay home. But for Democrats and voters unhappy with his performance so far, it's very much on the ballot. NPR senior national producer correspondent Mara Elias begins us now. Good morning, Mara.
Good morning, everyone.
Looking to the president and the Republican moment that so far is a couple of primary headlines. We've got Michigan from this past week, but it's Wisconsin.
older, whiter, less college-educated, more moderate. He's going to have to gain some independence. And does that mean that he has to change his views on some social issues like Israel, things that work really well in the primary but might be a turnoff to more moderate independent voters in general? That's what we're looking at. Wisconsin primaries on Tuesday, and the race for governor there is very similar to what we just saw in Michigan. You have a progressive candidate, Francesca Hahn, who is polling way ahead. She is trying to make taxing the rich part of her campaign, free child care, very similar to what you've seen with other progressive candidates. She wants to raise state income taxes by 1% on couples making at least $431,000. But the reason why the stakes are so high in the Wisconsin governor's race for Democrats is not only that Wisconsin is a swing state, actually it was the closest swing state in 2024, but the local Republican nominee for governor, Tom Tiffany, a member of Congress, voted to overturn the 2020 election back in January of 2020. Allegedly committed murder fraud. They haven't found enough fraud in court. And the White House hasn't filed any charges, but they are saying they're considering trying to fire her.
That's NPR's Ron Ryerson. Ron, thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome.
In 2022, violence there were a lot of stories about how abortion bans were influencing people's decisions about birth control, including right here on NPR.
Think of common birth control, like tubal ligations or vasectomies. These are physical impacts and those tubal ligations.
The procedure volumes that we're doing for vasectomies are at like sky-high record rates. Like we've never done this many.
Research shows that trend was real, but that was then. What about now? Are restrictions on abortions still driving people to get things like vasectomies and tubal ligations? We asked NPR's Selena Simmons-Duffins to look into it.
Catching up with Dr. Caitlin Bernard means navigating a busy slate of patient appointments and bad hospital cell reception.
You're cutting out for me too.
Bernard is an OBGYN in Indiana who helps lead a statewide free birth control program. She says abortion news was top of mind for her patients in the days after Roe v. Wade was overturned, and people thought about the birth control options.
I think we are seeing that waned over time.
For instance, her state of Indiana has had a strict abortion ban for years.
But we just kind of like the normal path.
Everything I see points to lower access to contraception. At the same time, surprisingly, the number of abortions has actually gone up in the last few years as states have enacted bans. So could it be that these forces working against birth control are leading to more unplanned or unwanted pregnancies and therefore more abortions?
I actually think your hypothesis is very intriguing.
Harper says to really answer that question, you'd have to do a study and survey people accessing abortion.
And ask if it was the restricted access to contraception that was the reason for the pregnancy that they're seeking abortion care for.
Brittany Fredrickson of the nonpartisan health research organization KFF has not said that shifts in birth control use explain recent abortion numbers.
I actually think the number of abortions going up is likely just due to increased abortion accessibility, particularly with telehealth medication abortions.
That is, patients getting abortion pills from a pharmacy or in the mail after a telehealth visit. KFF does a women's health survey every 2 years that asks about birth control use, she says.
In 2024, 82% of sexually active reproductive age women were using contraception, 6% were not using contraception.
The rest were pregnant, trying to get pregnant, or unable to conceive. KFF just fielded the survey again this year.
I've given a brief look at the 2026 data, and it looks like the share of using contraception is really similar.
Public. So glad to be with you this Sunday morning. It's 82. If you're heading out, you might be thinking about what's the weather for today. Well, a few spotty showers or a thunderstorm. And it's going to stay next week. And probably the most sunny is going to
British Columbia is under a state of emergency as more than 100 wildfires burn across the Canadian province. About half of those fires remain out of control, forcing roughly 20,000 people from their homes. I'm Winter Johnston, NPR News in Washington.
Support for NPR comes from the station and from Eric and Wendy Smith from the Schmidt Family Foundation, working toward a healthy, resilient, more world for all. On the web at thepeace.org. From North Carolina, focusing on civil liberties, public radio, and the arts. And from the Walton Family Foundation, working to create exceptional opportunities and communities by tackling social and environmental issues. More information.
This is Weekend Edition from NPR News. I'm Aisha Roscoe. The big crash was hidden from telescopes, but astronomers were able to confirm derelict SpaceX rocket plowed into the moon last week. And that has yet to give its unexplained behind.
So right now we currently track about 54,000 objects that are greater than about a softball size. And we haven't had that many instances of collisions, but the big one we had was in 2009 when two big satellites, Iridium and Cosmos, collided, even though we thought we had tracked them well. So we're getting to a point that we have to start to think seriously and not get into what's known as Kessler syndrome, where we have so many collisions that the probability of colliding is just so great that we can't put stuff into space.
For the listeners who may be listening to this and looking up to the sky, trying to see if, something about to fall on their head, does any of this debris pose a threat for us down here?
I wouldn't worry about it at all. Chances of getting hit by lightning are orders of magnitude bigger, but there have been cases where humans have been hit, but nobody's been killed, but very, very rare. So don't change your day plans.
Okay. With all of that up there, though, anyone with a working satellite, along with any mission that involves leaving Earth, has to deal with it. So right now, how are people making adjustments?
So what happens is there's a lot of math behind this, but we can compute a probability of collision. Anything greater than a 1 in 10,000 chance, so we don't take any chances here. The Air Force will call one of the manufacturers and say you probably should move. And you don't necessarily have to move it, you probably should. But we can only do this for so long because we're putting up more stuff than is coming down. And like I said, in 50 years, I think we'll probably be in trouble.
What can be done about it? Are there plans to clean it up?
That's the other really big problem. There are no advanced technology that we have that can clean this up right now. So we need to buy time. There's also a political aspect. There's no modern-day treaties. There are some rules to reduce the amount of debris that we do with our sister nations that not everybody follows. And if you look up the UN guidelines in 2010, they put up some guidelines. Guideline number 4 said, don't try to create space debris. Well, China in 2007 blew up that.
Bankhead won the state primary, but both voters and some prominent Democrats are pressuring her to drop out of the race. There's room for a prominent independent candidate, Seth Bogdan.
heard the term low T? It means low testosterone, and for years it was an insult confined to the West. Now it's entered the mainstream as a genuine health concern.
Accessible, so I wanted to make sure to come and support this.
Leon came with Ace Gray, who is deaf and wears a cochlear implant. Gray said the film's open caption screening brought the show's accessibility to a new level.
I just think it really brings the experience to life in a way that you don't really get in Broadway, where you have like little caption devices in front of you. You have to like kind of adjust as you go, but here you don't have to do that.
Gray had a completely on the stage, but is more likely to go.
Something to do all the practical sitting down, light, all that, literally things in my mind. I have to see those lights. This is so cool.
So in many cases, the film actually lit concept.
nesting in record numbers on beaches along the East Coast this summer. While those discoveries will cover parts of the Mediterranean and Pacific, their numbers in the Atlantic are on the rebound. And Florida is one of their favorite places to hunt. This nest is hatched and Perrault digs in. As he pulls out empty eggshells, he sees something moving in the soil. He gently grabs two baby birds and sets them into his equipment bag to let go later. This nest held 70 eggs, and only about half of them hatched. Perrault says that's normal when a hot, dry summer like this one heats up the sand and essentially cooks the eggs below. Loggerheads face incredible odds. As eggs, they have to survive predators combing the beach at night looking for a meal.
Coyotes, dogs, raccoons, skunks, foxes, armadillos. You know, the eggs there's a lot of calories.
Once they hatch and survive their journey into the open water, loggerheads grow to about the size of a coffee table. The females love the Juno Beach area just north of West Palm Beach. This nearly 10-mile stretch is seeing record-breaking numbers with a little more than 13,000 nests. Back in 2007, there were only around 3,600. Perrault credits the Endangered Species Act and state laws for their comeback.
Very encouraging that we're starting to see these numbers.
The loggerheads here in Florida aren't the only ones who've been busy on the beach. Up the coast in Georgia, they're expected to make more than 4,000 nests this season, breaking a nearly 40-year record. And on the beaches of North Carolina, there are more than 1,000 nests. That's about last year's total, and the season isn't over yet.
Here in the United States, turtle numbers are doing very well. For the most part, in other parts of the world, that's not the case. So we hope to, set examples for others that your populations can hopefully recover as well.
Loggerheads are recovering better in the U.S., he says, because there's less egg poaching and more regulation of fishing gear to protect mature turtles. Perrault heads back to the lab. It's where some of his colleagues are repairing the shell of an adult turtle that was hit by a boat and cracked. Rehabilitation like this is another reason sea turtle populations continue to grow. Boaters, fishing lines, and floating plastics are the main threats loggerheads face out in the ocean, says the center's chief science officer, Heather Barron.
They're amazing. They're the most amazing creatures on Earth. Never met a tougher species of animal.
And when this loggerhead is ready, she'll go back into the water. And that may not be goodbye. There's a chance that one day she'll return to this beach to nest. For NPR News, I'm Catherine Welch in Juno Beach, Florida.
Join us for all things considered beginning at 5. Bird Note is next. This is Bird Note. Do you like to guess the bird before you identify it? Then here's a short quiz game. Bird 1. Yes, that's the song of the American robin. Bird 2. The olive-sided flycatcher.
In a few weeks, these flycatchers will leave for their wintering grounds in South and Central America. All right, here comes bird 3. Yup, that's the cry of a red-tailed hawk soaring overhead. How about this one? Did you answer blue jay? Nope. This is the Steller's jay. If you're west of the Rocky Mountains, you're most likely to hear the Steller's jay. East of the Rockies, you'll hear the blue jay. So, how'd you do? Let's run through them again. American robins. All-sided flycatcher. Red-tailed hawk.
Number 3 is 2CHEWY. Good job. Move it. N-O-V-E-R. Good job. Also sounds very narrow in your work. How about is a powerful, fairly That's a
CASCAL, Pasadena, California.
You got it? Yanks Out. YANKSOUT.
Oh, Yankees. This is so much easier at home.
Well, you're doing great.
Something South Carolina or
No, it's the other South.
South Dakota?
Maybe I'm going to have to tell you this one. It's Yankton, South Dakota.
Oh, Yankton.
Oh, Yankton, South Dakota.
I always thought about Yankton. Not really. I don't know anything.
Apologies to all the listeners in Yankton.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you for listening, Yankton.
All right, here's your last one. It's Bowline. BOWLIKE.
Is it Bowling Green, Kentucky?
You got it. Nice job.
Oh,
you did an amazing job. How do you feel?
Thrilled and thankful. Thank you so much for playing this game for all these years, Will.
Well, thanks.
For playing our puzzle today, you'll get a weekend edition of Tailspin as well as puzzle books and games. You can read all about it on NPR.org. And Sarah, what invitation are you listening to?
AT&T.
That's Sarah McNish of Redwood City, California. It's breakfast time, and all this summer we're taking you around the world to see what's on the table at this time of the morning. Today is correspondent Leslie Nichols, the breakfast to review section of the Billion Breakfast
liquid bread out of their daily bread.
Loaded in chemicals, non-chips. That gentleman over there has already finished his beer. And what is this, a liter? I believe this is a Bavarian.
Welcome to Bavaria.
Because I guess my course.
Well, it's delicious beer. Like most of the pictures of this establishment, which makes beer and is famous for its breakfast, is wearing made of his Sunday Bavarian and best. Curiosity spent a year in his free time researching the best Bavarian breakfast drinks in Munich, and this is one of his favorites. He says the vice beer will help flush down breakfast of soil and the sweet mixture of a strong. He says the kind of
food is not a simple affair.
Kind of a surgical procedure. Okay, so you're cutting the sausage in half lengthways.
Yeah, but not cutting the skin at the bottom.
Okay.
And then essentially it peels off quite easily.
Schmeckt's?
Sure.
But Kyriakidis says this is not just about the food, it's about Bavarian Gemütlichkeit, which describes conviviality, often accompanied by a bit of brass impact after good measure. But as the Germans say, jetzt it's die Wurst, or this is now about the sausage, which means this is serious, something Master Butcher Andreas Gassner agrees with. Based in the city's slaughterhouse district known as the Belly of Munich, Gassner uses his grandfather's Weißwurst recipe.
Eine gute Weißwurst besteht aus einer...
He says a good Weißwurst is made from veal and pork fat, which he says, like butter and cake, defines the texture. Then it's seasoned with salt, pepper, mace, a little bit of lemon zest, and fresh parsley. And there's certainly an appetite for them.
Wir produzieren täglich 1.200 Stück.
Gassner makes about 1,200 sausages a day, but ramps up production for Oktoberfest when they deliver 18,000 Weißwurst for breakfast in the beer tents on the first weekend alone. As I try to sample a Gassner Weißwurst, the boiled white sausage slides around the plate, evading my fork. When I finally get hold of it, it's much lighter in taste than you'd expect from such a fat sausage, and that's veal. Gassner also prefers to have his Bavarian breakfast with an open which is sometimes dry. He snaps the sausage in half and deftly extracts the contents. He says the trick is to try it without plastic soup, but you only get one of the full flavor of the sausage, without the putting it in the soup. Traditional affairs
It's a solid dose of reality we crave when you crack open a book. History, facts, analysis. You want to learn. You're not alone, my friend. Some of our colleagues here at NPR are avid readers of nonfiction, and they have some recommendations to you from our Books We Love list.
Hi, I'm Sophia Tsilikis. I'm a correspondent at NPR's Culture Desk, and I loved Restore, a memoir of music and transformation by Vijay Gupta. This book is a raw, emotional chronicle of his life as a child prodigy violinist, laboring to prove his worth to his remote, impossible-to-please parents. Whether or not you can relate to the particulars of his life experiences, a lot of his emotions are universal. Gupta ultimately transforms his own life through making music with people who need community the most. He's the founder of a nonprofit called Street Symphony, which brings live music to people experiencing addiction, homelessness, and the incarceration system in and around Skid Row in Los Angeles. His story is courageous and very life-affirming, and you just may walk away singing.
I'm Gary Woods, journalist at the Independent, and I read a book about somebody who is into modern artificial intelligence, who maybe doesn't have as much of a profile as some of the other players. His name is Demis Hassabis, and this book is Sebastian Malavie's The Infinity Machine, Demis Hassabis, DeepMind, and the Quest for Superintelligence. Every few pages, I just needed to tell you the world around me what I did today. It is a profile of the behind Demis Hassabis, but also there's the AI as well. We know a lot about these tools that a lot of us are using. This book covers the dawn of modern AI, spills the tea on Silicon Valley gossip, and it does a fantastic job at conveying the beauty of scientific discovery.
Our message today is much of the focus is what goes into next stage. There's been a lot of pre-writing. And those contributions, even those philosophical, something obvious about things, they don't really mean which one makes the most of the best. What can we focus things rise? People like Niebuhr, who briefly discovers pieces of the way. He runs out of pieces of that.
And then, on March 16th, the Russians bombed this city, killing hundreds inside. It was the single worst attack on civilians during this war. Bernini tracked down as many survivors of the theater bombing as he could find, and he reconstructed with painstaking detail what happened before, during, and after this bombing. This book is masterfully written, and its focus is on the people who lived through this terrifying attack, and I will never forget them.
Those nonfiction recommendations again were The Theater, Intrigue, The Infinity Machine, and Restrung. For more books we love, visit NPR.org. Edition from I'm Aisha Ross.
And from DuckDuckGo, a private search engine in browsers. DuckDuckGo believes AI should be optional and private. Now with Duck.ai, users can chat privately with AI. Learn more at Duck.ai. Vermont's primary election for the 2026 midterms is Tuesday, August 11th.
And VermontPublic.org/elections is where you can learn about candidates, watch debates, explore our interactive voter guide, and get live election results.
Plus, find details on early voting, registering to vote, and more. You can even subscribe to our email roundups featuring all of our election coverage.
Make Vermont Public your source for the state's 2026 midterms. Visit VermontPublic.org/elections.
And good morning. It's just a minute before 9 o'clock, another hour of Weekend Edition just ahead here on Vermont Public. 107.9 WVPS Burlington, Montreal. 88.7 WRVT Rutland. 94.3 WBTN FM Bennington. 88.5 WVPA St. Johnsbury. 89.5 WVPR Windsor. 88.9 WVBA Brattleboro. On the Vermont Public app and worldwide at vermontpublic.org. Support for programming this morning comes from you, our contributing monthly members, as well as the Richards Group, providing workers' compensation insurance and risk management solutions for clients throughout Vermont. TheRichardsGRP.com. As well as Washington County Mental Health Services, now hiring care coordinators, clinicians, crisis staff, and more. Applications and benefits at WCMHS.org. Good morning. It's 9 o'clock.
edition. I'm Aisha Roscoe. Good morning. The U.S. economy unexpectedly shed 23,000 jobs in July. What's happening with the job market?
Baby boomers are retiring. Immigration has dropped. So it means that we don't need as much job growth to keep the unemployment rate steady as we used to.
Also, Paramount, Skydance, and Warner Brothers Discovery, the merger Hollywood hates is now dividing theater chains. Plus, a documentary about Girl Scouts selling those iconic cookies. What's your favorite? It's Sunday, August 9th. News is next.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Windsor Johnston. After winning the Michigan Senate primary, Democratic nominee Abdul Al-Sayed is looking forward to a different kind of general election. NPR's Mara Liasson reports on what's ahead for his campaign.
Al-Sayed won the primary by doing very well with young people and white college-educated voters. But he wasn't able to win African-American voters, an important part of the Democratic Party's base. The electorate in November will be older, whiter, and less college-educated, unlike deep blue places like New York City, where progressive Democrats were assured of victory once they won the Democratic primary. Michigan is a swing state where Donald Trump once led. Now Sayed managed to get both independent and moderate voters. His Republican opponent, Florida Representative Mike Rogers, is unopposed in the Republican primary. Mara Liasson, NPR News.
A state of emergency has been declared in British Columbia. Thousands of residents are being forced to evacuate as fast-moving wildfires burn homes and properties across the western Canadian province. Dan Carbonchuk reports from Toronto.
The BC Premier David Eby says the entire province is now under a state of emergency as crews try to contain dozens of out-of-control wildfires. Officials say some people have been trapped and unable to be rescued.
Students seeking job training.
The Emergency Medical Technician Training Program at Iowa Central Community College is the first workforce Pell program approved by the Trump administration. Secretary of Education Linda McMahon announced the designation alongside Iowa's governor. Workforce Pell is an expansion passed in 2025 of the decades-old federal Pell Grant program. Estimates from the Education Department and from the Congressional Budget Office said the benefit could help 100,000 or more students by the fall of 2027. But the rollout has been slow. To qualify, programs must meet specific length parameters, be in an in-demand field, and show job placements. Community colleges accepted thousands of existing programs to qualify, but many fell just outside the requirements. Sequoia Pillow, NPR News.
You're listening to NPR News from Washington.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include the Farm Youth and Captain Green Project, supporting
wastewater at the Coventry facility it operates. But local environmental advocates say they worry the process could cause PFAS to escape into the air and possibly pollute nearby soil and water. Waste managers say it's the only way the state has to remove PFAS from landfill wastewater right now. Otherwise, the chemicals end up in the Winooski River. Sam Nicolai is with Casella.
We struggle with some of the folks who just don't seem to want the treatment to move forward despite understanding that all the value that it would bring.
Neither Vermont nor the federal government restricts PFAS in air pollution. A public hearing on the draft permit is scheduled for August 21st at the Gateway Center in Newport. The eye in the sky forecast for today calls for a few spotty showers or a thunderstorm northeast, isolated by afternoon, partly to mostly sunny and warm and still humid today. Highs in the low to mid 80s, a few upper 70s in the far north.
This is Weekend Edition from NPR News. I'm Aisha Roscoe. Good morning and thanks for joining us. A weak jobs report is raising alarms about the strength of the U.S. economy. The Labor Department said Friday that employers unexpectedly lost 23,000 jobs in July. And the department revised the numbers down for May and June by a total of 100,000 jobs. Jed Kolko is a senior fellow at the Peterson Institute for International Economics. He served as Undersecretary for Economic Affairs in the Commerce Department during the Biden administration, and he joins us now. Welcome.
Thanks very much, Aisha.
We use the word alarms. Is that a fair assessment of what these numbers are signaling?
I don't think Friday's jobs report was called for alarm. Let's unpack what we actually learned on Friday. The economy lost jobs. At the same time, the unemployment rate actually went down. Now, it seems like that shouldn't happen at the same time, but it sometimes does. The unemployment rate fell in part because people are dropping out of the labor force, which is not good news. But the real reason why we have seen slower job growth, even though the unemployment rate has more or less held steady, is the labor force is growing more slowly than it used to. Baby boomers are retiring, immigration has dropped, so it means that we don't need as much job growth to keep the unemployment rate steady as we used to.
So then what you're seeing as the main drivers of this data in the U.S. economy in general, it's just kind of generational trends? Is that the main driver of this data, or are there other forces at play here?
So I think to understand where the labor market is today, we need to look not just at what happened in Friday's jobs report, but what we've seen over the past several months. I think the main facts, first of all, is that the unemployment rate in the U.S. is still quite low by historical standards. So for the most part, people who want to work are working, and that is good news for the U.S. economy. I think one of the challenges is that we are in a relatively low-hire, low-fire economy. So the rate at which people are finding jobs is unusually low. Typically when unemployment is this low, it's a lot easier to find a new job. And this kind of low-hire, low-fire labor market does a few things. First of all, it feeds bad vibes about the economy because it's really challenging if you need a job and can't find one. And it hurts young people who are trying to find their first job and to get their first foothold in the labor market are having a hard time right now because there aren't as many jobs available. Low-hire, low-fire also means that wages probably aren't going as fast as they otherwise would be. People tend to get bigger jumps in wages when they switch jobs than when they stay put waiting for a raise. So low-hire, low-fire is not great for wage growth. But low-hire is not about AI. It's not about current administration policy. We've actually been in a low-hire, low-fire labor market for at least a couple of years.
Turning to immigration, how does that affect the economy at this moment, especially when we're in a low-hire, low-fire environment?
We have seen horrors of immigration. they become stronger in the rest of the labor market. So clearly, firms that traditionally rely more on immigrants had a harder time finding workers. If you notice that attack on immigration, the problem is that it's not as simple as native-born workers coming in and taking jobs that foreign-born workers used to have. Native-born and foreign-born workers in different sectors, and so it means that lots of firms who traditionally employ foreign-born workers are still looking to find other foreign-born workers, and that is because the labor market of foreign-born workers to tighten, and the unemployment rate for foreign-born workers to fall.
Quickly going back to when you were talking about the bad vibes around the economy, what do you say to this idea that people feel like they're either underemployed or just underpaid, even if they have a job?
Yeah, we're at a moment where many people feel that their job or their position in the labor market is precarious. In a labor market where it's hard to find a new job, the cost of losing your job is much higher. And because they've seen spikes in energy prices, we're in a moment where wages haven't been growing quite as fast as inflation. I expect that will change as energy prices grow more slowly and we'll get back to positive wage growth. But there's still a sense in which many people feel that their job and their place in the labor market is precarious. There's a lot of anxiety around their out. Again, we have not seen widespread effects of AI in the labor market, but there will be disruption.
Institute for International Economics. Thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you.
For a death. So 2.2 miles an hour would mean that it takes you about 30 minutes to walk a mile. To see how far you go in 6 minutes, you can use those videos.
Republican voter Grant Keith from Atlanta says Miller should end this.
I support Max Miller, but I believe he should drop out and listen to what Keith says. And Bernie's a smart man. If Bernie says it's true, then it's probably true.
Keith does not think Miller can win.
Due to the allegations, I don't think he'll win the race. The publicity's bad.
Miller is under pressure to drop out after accusations of domestic violence resurfaced recently. He denies the allegations. But voter Hughes suggests a Republican replacement candidate would be better. The recently redrawn district also includes parts of neighboring Cuyahoga County, though not Cleveland, its largest city, but mostly its predominantly white suburbs. One of those suburbs is Strongsville, where a park is crowded with pickleball and tennis players as children play in a nearby splash pad. Democratic voter Chris King is walking his dogs.
It's ridiculous that people could still support somebody who beats his wife, threatens people, even threatened his father-in-law, who's a sitting senator.
Fellow Democrat Denise Sippity says,
I hope he doesn't drop out.
but for strategic reasons.
Because I think he's going to lose.
So all his personal stuff? Yeah, he's a jerk. He's a womanizer. I don't think he knows what's wrong.
This small city from focus on election integrity. The Quick Political Report labels this congressional race between Miller and Democrat Brian Poindexter as likely Republican. Local political analyst Tom Sutton says he does not expect Miller to drop out of the race.
Because with Westwood, they show that he has into the situation that he's in. And he's banking on the possibility that the ethics committee will come out with something that is less than a censure. You think what's happening with Max Miller has made it possible for the Democrats to win the city? I think it has. These are voters that they're not MAGA voters necessarily. And so they're conservative Republicans. It's not that they're not going to vote, but they may not vote in this race. It's also not that they're going to vote for Brian Poindexter, the Democrat. They're simply not going to vote. There's going to be that gap, I think, that's going to emerge, and Poindexter might wind up having a seat.
That at the Medina County Fair, volunteers for the county's Republican organization were instructed to provide the following statement to press that approached their booth. Quote, as with any accusation, there is a presumption of innocence until guilt is proven. We respectfully ask you to allow the system to work and all the processes play out before passing judgment. End quote. Miller has until Monday to drop out of the race while giving the Republican Party a chance to replace him on the November ballot. For NPR News, I'm Gabriel Kramer in Medina, Ohio.
You're listening to NPR News.
And you're listening on Vermont Public. Good morning. Good morning. From the Fairbanks Museum in St. John's Parade, this is the Eye in the Sky forecast. Yesterday's semi-tropical air, agitated by a cold front, fired up some very localized showers after evading and some easy rain. That front is free today, only supported by some localized showers, mostly this morning, in the mountains, sunshine, still a warm day with a slight decrease in humidity.
49 flat short isolated by afternoon, partly to mostly sunny, warm, still humid, low to mid-80s, the upper 70s far north. Feeling tonight, some high clouds late, not as muggy, upper 50s and 60s, and Monday, morning sun mixing with periods of clouds, a late-day shower in New York and Quebec, still humid, upper 70s and 80s. I'm meteorologist Mark Green with an eye on the sky.
Negotiations with Iran over the Strait of Hormuz are continuing through the weekend. An Iranian official says Tehran is close to an agreement with Oman aimed at securing commercial shipping. A powerful typhoon has made landfall in eastern China with winds of about 100 miles per hour. More than 1,300 flights have been canceled at Shanghai's airports, and hundreds of thousands of people have been evacuated. Fast-moving wildfires are forcing thousands of people to flee their homes in British Columbia. The Canadian province has declared a state of emergency with about half of its active fires burning out of control. I'm Mr. Johnston, NPR News in Washington.
Support for NPR comes from this station and from the William and Flora Hewlett Foundation, investing in creative thinkers and problem solvers who help people, communities, and the planet flourish. More information is available at hewlett.org. From the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, RWJF is a national philanthropy working toward a future where health is no longer a privilege but a right. Learn more at rwjf.org.
and from the Doris Duke Foundation.
This is Weekend Edition from NPR News. I'm Aisha Roscoe. The world of soccer is facing its biggest crisis in years. At the center of the storm is FIFA President Gianni Infantino, who hatched a plan to sell parts of the World Cup to private investors and was then forced to abandon it after a global outcry. NPR's Raphael Nam tells us about the Swiss-Italian lawyer who ascended to the pinnacle of global soccer and who's now clinging to his job.
It was the day before the 2022 Men's World Cup, and one thing still really bothered Infantino: the coverage of Qatar's use of migrant workers to build stadiums. So he had a message for the media. He, Infantino, stood with Qatar, and with Arab countries, and with Africa, and he didn't stop there.
Today I feel gay. Today I feel disabled. Today I feel a migrant worker.
It was meant as a message of support to those who feel marginalized. Instead, it became a source of ridicule. It was vintage Infantino, big ambitions and sweeping vision. But it often comes with the Infantino baggage. He was first elected in 2016 at a time when FIFA was reeling from a sweeping corruption scandal. He promised to clean house, but he also promised that soccer would now belong to everybody, not just Europe. Professor Alan McDougall at the University of Guelph in Ontario, Canada, acknowledges that Infantino deserves some credit for that.
I think it's fair to say that in terms of governance, spreading the global view even further globally, that Infantino has been, relatively successful.
Infantino is a serial leader and a big-time charge, and he's used his work to become an evangelist for soccer. In the most recent World Cup, which happened last month, he attended over 40 matches across the three host countries. But as the World Cup continues, many of them are young and talented. Nonetheless, this lawyer, his first name is his Senate, so the best people in soccer and scholarship. Thanks to large part of his experience that he has been for soccer. Although he was dream about it, he wanted to try it out. Last year, he created a small team. And then, a world team. Important years of representing Southern and the United States and America and the component no need for this part.
ever-increasing autocracy, grandiose ambitions, cozying up to figures of political power around the world is perhaps not surprising.
For more than 2 years, the World season, FIFA will yet again face the need to clean house. And it may very well start with another change at the top. Rafael Nam, NPR News, Washington.
A fire at a food storage warehouse in Los Angeles burned for more than a week in June. An estimated 85 million pounds of frozen food, including bread, protein, pork, and beef, was stored there. Now, nearly 2 months later, the LA neighborhood of Boyle Heights is living through another storm that stormed the smells and rotten food, along with flies and rats. And neighbors are worried about the pollutants they've inhaled since the fire.
Initial fire. I didn't expect that it was going to go for a week nonstop. I was not expecting it to go this far.
Can you briefly tell us, what are your businesses and how have they been affected by this fire?
Well, I have 2 businesses. One is Store Hanahibaki. The restaurant has stopped because they blocked the street for a while. And the other business is a factory, which now the rigs are cleaning it and they're stopping my normal traffic to stop by for repairs, buy parts, maybe buy a new food truck. And the most important thing is my restaurant is still affected severely because the foul odor, the flies, rats.
You've all kind of been stuck behind a garbage truck or driven through the area where it's a wastewater plant or something. What are you living with right now?
Something like, something died. I don't know if you've been experienced, maybe like a rat died. It's a foul odor, very heavy. You don't know what it is. You get those waves. They'll still hit you. Just imagine it was something frozen, got burnt, and then it just complete.
Oh, my goodness. Well, Lineage Logistics is the company that owns the warehouse that caught fire. They released an estimate last week that came up with costs between $80 and $100 million. Are you concerned that you're going to be living with this rotten smell for at least a little longer?
I'm concerned it's going to take another month. And even then, it's going to leave a big impact. Lineage has 3,000 employees. First. Second, the traffic, this main street was the main traffic corridor. It's gone. They're trying to help with respirators and masks and all that good stuff, which is good. But I live here, I work here. I'm afraid of my property value is going to come down because nobody wants to, it's not going to invest here. What I really want is answers and somebody to say, you know what, Chris, we'll cut your check. We'll do this. Lineage, help out the neighborhood, maybe with a grant or something.
And how would you describe the neighborhood? You say it's a working class neighborhood?
Yes.
Do you think that's affecting the response?
It doesn't take a genius. If we were in Beverly Hills, if we were in Brentwood, if we were in Calabasas, none of this would have happened. There would have been immediate response, immediate pressure. I'm in Boyle Heights, it's just understanding that it's a working class neighborhood, minimum wages that they just believe in work and come home, and now they can't come home because it's bad.
Well, thank you so much. I'm sorry that you've had to go through this.
Thank you.
That's business owner and Boyle Heights resident, Christian Llamas. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you very much.
This summer's box office has been booming, but behind the scenes in Hollywood is a big corporate drama. The looming possibility of a merger between Paramount Skydance and Warner Brothers Discovery. Now a major movie theater chain owner says they support the deal despite opposition by many in the film industry. NPR culture correspondent Mandalit Del Barco joins us from our studios in Culver City. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
Why do many in Hollywood hate this merger?
Well, this mega merger has a lot of vocal opponents who say it would be disastrous for the film industry. Actors, directors, writers, and filmmakers signed an open letter to try to block the merger. Here's Scottish actor Alan Cumming in a recent Instagram post.
This merger would mean thousands of job cuts, fewer films, and even higher prices. But it isn't a done deal.
And that's because attorneys general from 12 states, including California, are suing Paramount for antitrust violations. A judge in Northern California has set a trial for March.
What's the argument for the deal?
Well, David Ellison, who owns Paramount Skydance, continues to push for this $111 billion acquisition. On Tuesday, he talked to investors saying it would work.
Creating a stronger, well-capitalized, creative-first company with the scale to compete alongside Netflix, Amazon, Apple, and others, benefiting consumers, theatrical exhibition, and creators alike.
The head of Regal Cinemas recently released a statement supporting Paramount. What did he argue?
Eduardo Acuña is the CEO of Regal Cinema, the second largest movie theater chain in the country. And back in June, he was on a panel with other Hollywood leaders. It seemed then that he was still making up his mind about the Paramount deal.
I think they're doing great work. On the other hand, we're all concerned with consolidation just in general. In any industry we work, consolidation usually doesn't bring the best.
Since then, Acuña says he met with Ellison and his team, and it comes down to trust. Acuña now says he believes they're sincere about their commitment to put 30 films a year into theaters with the combined studios. And he says a long fight in court will create more uncertainty and distractions and could damage the industry. But, you know, he's not the first theater owner to say this. Adam Aron, the CEO of the country's #1 movie theater chain, AMC, has been backing the deal, and he argued in an op-ed recently that the combined movie studios are critical to the momentum being felt at the domestic box office.
So why does he think momentum at the box office should figure into this deal?
Well, both of the CEOs refer to the recent success of Christopher Nolan's film The Odyssey and the newest Spider-Man movie. Collectively, these hits have made history with time to hit $1 billion at the box office this weekend. And that's a really big comeback for movie theaters that suffered through the COVID pandemic and film production shutdowns over the past 6 years. When Disney merged with Fox and Fox Searchlight in 2016, the combined studios made about half the number they did before separately. But these movie theater CEOs say they believe Ellison's promise to provide theaters with even more movies. Of course, we don't know if they'll be hits or if ticket prices will go up.
But other movie theater owners don't agree?
No, that's right. In fact, Cinema United, the Association of Movie Theater Owners around the world, remains opposed to the Paramount-Warner merger. CEO Michael O'Leary sent a memo to the members blasting the deal, saying he's skeptical of Ellison's promises to cinemas, and he noted that the combined company will carry a debt load of $80 billion a year.
So what's next for the proposed merger?
Well, it's also $7 million a year. And while the Democrats have settled in California, one of the targets in joking both George Clooney and his 80-year friend to save the deal by buying Amazon instead.
Thank you, our culture correspondent, Andrew Flacco, and our studio in Culture City. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Much of the art,
first of all, be there. It's not too bad. A lot of people are facing some issues and they can't do it. Well, take it. You don't want to do it. You want to really do it because there is
sunshine, leaves on the plants seem fine, plants about 20 inches high, thriving, but it's been producing fruit for a couple of weeks. And Bob writes, I looked at some of the small tomatoes today for the first time, and I noticed some brownish spots on the bottom. What's going on?
Yeah, that's blossom ending. It's very common, especially those fruits, long-living fruit tomatoes like Roma and Montana. So it happens because they have a fluctuating soil moisture conditions. That creates a calcium deficiency in the blossom end of the fruit, which breaks down the cell wall, which turns into a rot. So those two tomatoes are probably not edible, but you can just pick those. The ones that are coming next will be fine as long as you keep the soil moisture even. That's really the key. And there are some sprays out there that are called rot stop. That are basically calcium. You can spray on your plant. That might help a little bit too, especially if you're growing it in a container.
Okay. If you've got gardening questions, you know what to do. Send them to gardening@vermontpublic.org and look for this wherever you listen and find your favorite podcasts. Thanks so much, Charlie.
You're welcome, Mary. I'll be seeing you. Good night. All things gardening is made possible today in our town of Vermont. Sprinkler system for commercial and residential gardens and lawns. Vermont Irrigation, perfecting landscapes, growing happy customers. Support for all the users at Vermont Public comes from you, as well as the Central Vermont Chamber Music Festival performing for their 34th season. Ends off in Woodstock now through August 15th. CBCMF.org. And Ursa Major offering daily essentials designed to nourish skin and spirit, like their Golden Hour Recovery Cream. UrsaMajorVT.com. Sunny showers or thunderstorms in the northeast part of the state today. Isolated by afternoon.
partly and mostly sunny, warm, and still humid today. And we're ready to make the public service.
real-life fossils alongside Pokemon with similar features. Arjun was one of the field scientists who adapted it for U.S. audiences. He says Pokemon Company chose the field design in part because of its vast fossil collection. The field's prime jewel, an Archaeopteryx fossil that is considered the most complete specimen in the world, sits next to a sculpture of the Archaeopteryx Company, the same one from that cartoon. I met 13-year-old Deacon Woodard inside the exhibit.
You're really seeing the comparisons between these fictional creatures and these once-alive large creatures. It's really something.
There's next to the site of CBC, a model of our umbilical company.
You can kind of see where the influence of some of the animals that is the Pokemon, and I really appreciate that.
Deacon said he loves Pokemon and dinosaurs. So this one was traveled all the way from BC and their Pokemon company. AKA Talia from Danforth, Illinois, she is all about Pokemon.
Well, what's your favorite part of the exhibit?
And very cute excavator Pikachu guides visitors through the exhibit, sporting a brown cigar and a red bandana over the snow. Little excavator Pikachu plushies are kept behind the counter at the exhibit store, where there was a huge line of other visitors, and a woman in a headset in her crowd control. Because it's Pokemon, there's no shortage of exclusive stuff. But Arjun Moore and his scientist friends could exhibit inspired visitors to ask more of these fuzzy things of plants.
So usually those root cycles
station every train always, I realized that I had to do something with it.
He built TrainJazz.com, which creates a jazz combo based on where every New York subway train is located at any given moment. On a late night visit to the site, like 2 a.m. on the weekend, when there are only about 400 trains running, you'll hear a quieter bang. But rush hour, now we're talking about 1,000 trains. It'll sound more like this.
What makes it so perfect is jazz is never the same in place. The solos and the walk around the waves, that just really seems to be the most people
Girl Scouts waiting outside your local grocery store, sure can. Across the country, these young entrepreneurs move around 200 million boxes of cookies every year. And they do it all in the span of one cookie season. It's a major fundraising effort. The benefits of electric cookies is as after making commitments to buy and resell a certain number of boxes. And when a survey is filmmaker Alyssa Anonymous focused her play. A new documentary is called The Beginning, and she joins us now. Welcome to the program. Thank you so much for having me. It's great to be here. How did you decide to focus on Girl Scout cookies as a subject for a movie?
So I was not a Girl Scout myself, but my mom was a Girl Scout, and so I'd always heard about it. This is my fourth feature documentary as a director, and my children, who at the time were 9 and 11, about 2 years ago when I started this project, they watched my last film called Art of Times by Friends, and they liked it. And then afterwards at dinner, my daughter said, "Mom, do you think we can next time why don't we do young people, but also have, themes and ideas that I could share." The Girl Scout cookie sale came up, and I thought about
her first of the season, selling 55 boxes, if I remember correctly. But parents have a lot of motivation too, and I was really fascinated because with Shannon Elizabeth, not only does she want to sell them cookies so people can so her parents can eat for it, but her parents need to sell enough cookies to keep them out of cookie debt, which I didn't know anything about.
Yeah, you can take on as much as you want or as little as you want. Some families go big. Girls set their goals. Families can get those boxes up front if they want to have all those boxes, and then they are on the hook. Shannon Elizabeth's family takes on a significant amount of cookies, and they're a family who couldn't otherwise afford to send their daughter to this type of camp. And so it means a lot to their daughter. It means a lot to them. So they're really feeling such a high stakes for both Shannon Elizabeth and her parents, and both their minds really risky and outrageous. You can't be doing a cookies stuff.
Vermont Public reporter. That's all on the next Vermont edition.
Information available online at washington.com. And the Time House. And the media is next is Tech Flash.
Breaking news emerging from the State House in Montreal or from Capitol Hill in Washington.
Keep on top of issues that matter in Vermont and across the country with Vermont Public.
107.9 WBPS Burlington, Montreal.
88.7 WRBC Rutland.
94.3 WBTN FM Bennington.
88.9 WBBA Battlefield.
89.5 WBPR Windsor.
88.5 WBPA St. Johnsbury.
And worldwide at VermontPublic.org.
Voters in 5 states hit the polls on Tuesday. I've got some major results to share with you, starting in the state of Michigan, where Abdul El-Sayed has won the Democratic primary for the United States Senate.
Another American primary night, another round of surprises, thanks to the misfires of posters.
The average miss is actually 13 points. So as
really
shocking as this is, last night was a better than average performance for the polls in a primary.
Stop taking these numbers so seriously. From WNYC New York to Vermont Media and Dick Gladstone. And
roadmap from President Trump's border peace, which envisions Hamas disarmament alongside a phased Israeli military withdrawal and the transition toward Palestinian governance. That dispute comes as Israel state controls roughly 70% of Gaza, according to Palestinian officials and insiders. Israeli owns a safe Gaza, and as he remains prime minister, there will be no Palestinian state in Gaza or the West Bank, and its border central means Gaza.
Two helicopter pilots and gunners fighting a massive wildfire in central Utah. Carolyn Ballard, another state from KUER, reports the blaze is about 24% contained.
The Friday morning crash ignited a fire around the craft, which made it unsafe to get close to the site. On Saturday, search and rescue crews were able to access the area and confirm the 2 deaths. The heavy-lift helicopter was one of 7 assigned to the massive wide-mouth 2 fire. So far, it's burned more than 110,000 acres in central Utah, about 3 hours south of Salt Lake City. The FAA and National Transportation Safety Board will investigate the crash. Intense and at times unpredictable fire conditions have fueled a deadly summer. For NPR News, I'm Caroline Ballard.
Trading on Wall Street this week will likely be dominated by the latest reports on inflation.
Some policymakers believe that the pushback is directed. And the website is still going on. Lots of the times on what happens to people. It may not be an easy policy. A report last week showed significant weakness in the labor market. That could make some policymakers hesitant to raise rates at a time of peak employment. The Fed has some counter. The next policy meeting is not until September. NPR News.
This is NPR News in Washington. Pop star Taylor Swift's music has disappeared from several videos posted on President Trump's TikTok account. The New York Post included a rental montage honoring Trump that featured Hollywood is continuing to set summer box office records and following
investigated and things leaked, the poll numbers started to sink until he got to the point that Trump is now at, right before he resigned, because the facts mattered back then. Democracy worked, justice prevailed, there was full accountability, criminally and politically. And we don't have that in our country anymore.
Earlier this summer, Vice President J.D. Vance said as much.
If Watergate happened tomorrow, it would be like a 12-hour news story. Like the idea that it would have taken down a presidency is crazy.
And that isn't an indictment of
Elliot Morris is a journalist, statistician, and author of the data-driven news website Strength in Numbers.
Donald Trump are the second worst on record. he was somewhere between George W. Bush in August 2006, in the middle of the Abu Ghraib scandal, torture of prisoners in Iraq, somewhere between that and Richard Nixon's numbers the week before he resigned the presidency in disgrace from the Watergate scandal. His approval at that point was 25%, George Bush's was 38%, Donald Trump's today is 36%. These are not good numbers.
A Fox News poll is showing that Trump is 9 points underwater in Texas, a state he won by 14 points 2 years ago.
If you ask Americans in Texas how they feel about Donald Trump's deportation agenda or immigration, the numbers are even lower now, closer to -20.
In Texas.
Yeah, if you ask Texans how they feel about Donald Trump's handling of prices and inflation in the economy, it's even worse than -10, closer to -15. That's for the entire adult population of the state. You can count up the other states he's underwater in. It's about 40 states still. That includes every single swing state. If you remain in the 2024 election with these numbers, you probably get something closer to the 1980 caucus law.
It's just remarkable that he's 9 points underwater in Texas generally, but 20 points underwater.
These immigration enforcement operations that are particularly visible and unpopular. In Venezuela, for example, we asked Americans how they felt whether they're feeling it, running in and out of credit, whether consequences like that will hurt it in the foreign security. Have you been here for 5 or 10 years? Are you married to a U.S. citizen? Do you have kids? Have you ever been arrested for domestic? And finally, undocumented immigrants that Americans favor deporting is convicted criminals, undocumented immigrants. If you ask about that population, about 80% of Americans say that type of undocumented immigrant should be deported, but they want the rest of them to have a path to citizenship.
Have we been told on how we perceive his mental or moral fitness for office? I read that the New York Times found that corruption was never the number one concern, but it was on the top of Americans. That's his positive.
Democrats are much more hostile to Donald Trump than his voters are supportive of him. About 95% of them say they disapprove of his presidency, whereas only about 80% of Trump's 2024 voters say that they approve of what he's doing as president. We would expect that vote share for Republicans would fall, both as former Republicans switch sides and as they looking at the difference in opinion among Democrats and Trump's 2024 voters, we see a really similar pattern for the November generic congressional vote. That's how people are going to vote in the House, where Trump's 2024 voters are about 80% of Trump voting in favor of Republicans, and Democrats are about 95 percentage points voting in favor of Democrats. There's both defection, people changing their vote, and a lot of people staying at home in the former Trump photo group.
So who are these people?
They are really emblematic of that group that switched voting for Democrats in 2020 to Trump in 2024. They tend to be younger, they tend to be less white, especially more Hispanic, and they tend to be from urban and suburban areas more than rural areas.
We had primary elections in 5 states this week, but the one that obsessed the talking heads the most was in the swing state of Michigan. The progressive candidate Abdul El Sayed squeaked out a win over his more centrist competitor, the Democratic establishment's choice candidate, Haley Stevens. So now he's the party's contender for a crucial Senate seat. And this is despite Stevens outspending El Sayed roughly 11-1. Do you have some takeaways on this result? It seems the kids showed up.
Oh yeah, the kids are all right, Brooke. Or in this case, all center? Because the polls were surprising in how close the election was. El Sayed won by 1 point on average. This includes a lot of nonpartisan polls, but also some partisan campaign polls had Sayed up about 13 points. So this is like a 12-point misfight in the surveys. So I've gone back and looked at all of the Senate primary polls back to 1998. The average miss, Brooke, is actually 13 points. So
really
shocking as this is, last night was a better than average performance for the polls in the county. But 13 points, and we're still misleading the electorate.
Most of us look at this election and we are trying to prognosticate what happens during the midterms.
The media over the next 6 months will probably endlessly litigate whether or not Haley Stevens would be doing better in the general election against Mike Rogers than Abdul El Sayed. God forbid, if he loses, there will be an endless number of states that Haley Stevens would have won. But the polling does not support this as of now. I did this. If you look at all of the polls that were done hypothetically in Michigan with Stevens versus Rogers or El Sayed versus Rogers, the average difference between the polls appears to be 1 point better from El Sayed, and the range is from 17 points for Stevens to 10 points for El Sayed. We statistically cannot be wrong conclusion based on those numbers. The people that are very
fundraising, recruitment. What are your conclusions?
Well, this looks like a typical midterm cycle in the House. The party of the president controls is about 2% on average. Usually the Democrats are again the majority in the House, and the Republicans about a third. that looks like a big election.
What do people mostly get wrong about polls, reading them in the newspapers, and following them so very closely?
They expect far too much out of the election. We saw, for example, efforts in the Michigan primary this Tuesday. People are equally surprised at Florida Ronnie's win in the mayoral primary countryside. There is danger that with an open belief that they can provide the perfect election solution, many people in the Supreme Court are before at all in highlighting policy challenges to the president and the public, highlighting their issues to make control of election. And other groups, nonprofits, agencies like in Washington, D.C., or judges could also be affected by public opinion. The political scientist V.O. Key wrote that public opinion offers levees to steer a river, and we can view the polls as being tools for identifying policy that Americans really, really don't want, and then as good stewards of the public opinion data fight for that. V.O. Key, the political scientist, he coined the term echo chamber. The public is an echo chamber. And today people wrongly argue that Key is offering an indictment of the public, that they're only parroting what they see on the news. But he's actually talking about an entirely different echo chamber, the echo chamber of the choices that are offered to them by the political party system. That if you were only offered the choice between democracy and autocracy, for example, or really imperfect political and economic system and the wholesale sacking of the federal government, or if they're only given maybe the suburb a choice between two idiots, you can't really fault them for picking an idiot. It's just the choice of other to change the minds of those voters in the sort of seemingly middle that half of Americans don't take into the view of being regulatory. So you have to think of the event that would percolate down to that person. An event like bringing out to the whole of the unfortunately, people just don't care as much about it. And I think we're walking through. So if we want to level up maybe the outcome for democracy, then we can do that in
their home and auto insurance so everything can be managed in one place. Learn more at progressive.com.
Good morning. You're listening to On the News on Vermont Public. Support today comes from you, our listeners. well as Airplane RP, providing help to Vermonters caring for a loved one with a pre-caregiving guide. Details at airplanerp.org/U2CareKit. And Rhodes Scholar, a nonprofit RhodeScholar.org/learning. Good morning. From the Fairbanks Museum in St. John's Bury, this is the Eye on the Sky forecast. Yesterday's sunny tropical air agitated by a cold front fired up some very localized showers, a few building into thunderstorms containing isolated downpours, but wind gusting to a side of 90 degrees.
States led by California challenged the merger, saying it would create less competition, higher prices, and a loss of jobs.
This week, in an op-ed for the New York Times, Ellison argued that he would be an honest steward of the Paramount Skydance Warner Brothers dispute. Writing, quote, "With news CNN and CBS News are here to tell it straight down the middle. That requires newsrooms that reflect the whole world, not one side of it. And it requires independence," end quote. But independence means reporters can freely follow the facts wherever they lead. Insisting reporters supply stories that cleave to an imagined center is not independence. Already, Ellison's stewardship of CBS has allegedly led to 60 Minutes shelving or delaying segments about Trump's immigration policies and Jeffrey Epstein's banking practices. And there was a report this week from ProPublica that about 6 months after the FCC greenlit Ellison's Warner Brothers deal, Paramount gave away a pair of tickets worth $125,000 each to a Kennedy Center gala. The recipients? FCC Brandon Carr. Carr had claimed in the description that approval was just business as usual. Covering tech, policy, and politics. Writing recently for Washingtonian magazine, she charted Carr's transformation from benign bureaucrat to MAGA mercenary.
He was born in Washington, D.C., grew up in Northern Virginia, went to the Potomac School, which is a private school in Northern Virginia. His father was a lawyer, did criminal work. One of his clients was Richard Nixon. Carr, sort of very traditional D.C. path, went to Georgetown. He had interned at the FCC during his education and really liked the work, liked the telecom law work. Went to Catholic University specifically because Catholic is a well-known telecom law institute. Early on, in his early 20s, that he wanted to be a telecom lawyer. And he very briefly dipped into big law work. And he talked about how he really took the really from that position that he got emerged through the day-to-day work of the FCC. He learned everything about the government, so all of that is I think that's kind of the crux of what I'm hoping to get across in this piece in our reporting is that he was someone who was a business example. There's a lot of times that there's a difference and it's in the stuff
so prolific on Twitter and what it unlocks for him.
People post there and say he just has an itchy trigger finger. You know, if somebody's wrong on the internet, Freddie Carr has to tell them. He's mixed it up with the actors from Glee. The actor from Glee was like, why are you spending your time? You know, not terrible. Going after the Biden administration. He's been renominated and reconfirmed for the FCC. He's another term. He's sort of in a safe spot now, and he really starts targeting the Biden administration on us. He posts about how he believes the Biden administration is subjecting Elon Musk to what he calls regulatory harassment, not giving him licenses for certain projects, that sort of thing.
Musk's company Starlink had scored a lucrative government contract, and then the FCC threatened to revoke it, basically saying Starlink is not providing high-speed internet to the hundreds of thousands of rural homes that it said it would.
And it was this thing that had a lot of this is also a time when there was thinking that the Biden administration was treating Elon Musk unfairly or as a Tesla, that he wasn't being invited to what has really about this on X, and May Musk is Elon Musk's mother, YouTube slips, and how furious he is that her son is being treated this way by the FCC. Because of the combination of the son, maybe he's involved, but have a lot of people on the internet like to talk about Starlink and internet access. He just gets a lot of users. He's moved 16 million times. Well, it's not true, but a lot of people say that they use this guy's own car. And it really is his profile to Republican positions. At the time, the Republicans were so eager to win over unfortunate Silicon Valley to back Trump. And Freddie Carr merged with somebody who could bridge those two worlds. We know this guy is like a pretty good telecom lawyer. Everyone kind of admits he's a good lawyer, but he also is somebody who can go and throw some punches in the public sphere. And a lot of people on Trump levels really like him.
And he was also kind of banging the drum about Silicon Valley's supposed bias against conservatives. And people in the MAGA world, they had a friendly face within this regulatory agency.
Yeah, he talks about, at the time, it was his main issue, he talked about smashing the censorship profiles. And that was the idea that companies like Google and Meta and Facebook were doing things which I'd say is something from the places. So he got a lot of attention for saying, hey, I'm somebody who's inside the government who knows how this stuff works, and you're right to get that Washington D.C. as a issue.
Another way that he raised this was by becoming a more frequent guest on TV shows, the kind that President-to-be Donald Trump would watch often. Tell me about his first appearance on Tucker Carlson's Fox News show. It seems notable that that appearance was in response to a op-ed that CEO Mark Zuckerberg wrote for the Washington Post about why there was need for greater regulation of social media.
You're pointing out the sort of a central irony here is that for a long time, Brendan Carr was adamantly opposed to regulation. The government censoring the speech that happens amongst the American public. That was one of his core issues, yeah.
So that brings us to the moment when Brendan Carr becomes chairman of the FCC. When did you first see an example of a transformation in his agenda?
Carr came into office as what's once called a free speech warrior. The opponents of free speech in this view of the world was the big tech companies, Google, Meta, that sort of thing. Carr authored a chapter in the famous Project 2025, right, this manifesto for Republican control of government.
no mention of media. It's focused on big tech, foreign telecom exchange and big tech. But then it became clear that Trump was maybe not as enthusiastic about this agenda as people thought he might be. We saw the CEOs of these big tech companies stand behind him at his inauguration.
They donated a crap ton of money.
That's the technical term, a crap ton of money, to his inauguration. And it quickly became clear that Trump had won. Trump like that, and then we thought, okay, these people are on my side. Maybe I won't care so much anymore about how I think they're more central and conservative, in part because they hey, I'd like to see a merger, but you're engaging in behavior X or behavior Y, and we don't love that. Can you address that? And we actually go ahead and include the merger.
Okay, let's do a little bit of a speed round of some of the highlights of Carr's tenure so far at the helm of the FCC.
The latest on ABC's decision to pull Jimmy Kimmel Live off the air indefinitely. Kimmel faced criticism from FCC Chairman Brendan Carr, who suggested...
Frankly, when you see stuff like this, I mean, look, we can do this the easy way or the hard way.
Late night show host Susan Cordero was on Washington earlier in Ivy Bell. That interview with the series on Chairman Brendan Carr said his name also been voted live as an open case to Private for Harry, another ABC program.
Today, Trump's FCC Chairman Brendan Carr and the president of threatening Disney broadcast partners by bringing up
the headlines over and over and over again. How normal or abnormal is this regulatory body?
It's abnormal in two ways. The frequency with which they're using some of the tools that we talked about, the public interest standards, the legal model, is some of these tools,
this is how Carr defends himself, and here he is talking about it with CBC in May.
In the Biden administration,
I mentioned the FCC has been considered an independent agency. Brendan Carr was asked about this during a congressional hearing, and talks about proudly that every country in spite of that, we get them
by saying something quite similar, like, well, this is part of the
I mean, it's a theory of government that goes back a long ways, but it goes back to the George W. Bush administration. You know, Dick Cheney was a proponent of this theory of a unitary executive, all power is represented by the president, and you've got a threat of having an independent agency that can, you know, make decisions on behalf of the American people that are enormously consequential, and they're really not accountable in the same way that a department of the government is directly accountable to the president.
As far as I can tell, you're one of the first reporters to break this news. What do you think this transformation reveals about power in Washington, D.C. and the media relations?
What we first told you is how the Western are run and they start to become effective. It's a sort of a term for a lot of people in Washington of if you take down President Trump's enemies, it's going to be pretty good for your career. I think the other aspect of Brendan Carr's career was some of the limitations that people saw on what you use government power to do. And then, right, like he's gone after CNN, he's gone after Harvard, all these entities that the idea of, yeah, we don't there's not that much we can do about it. They're restructuring media companies in a way that is going to drastically change. We're going to have a very different CBS at the end of this Trump administration. We're potentially have a very different CNN. Lasting effect on local broadcasting with some of the stuff they're doing about media ownership caps that they're raising, the caps on media ownership. How much time are they going to have to do this, right? Is it until the midterms? Is it until the end of the administration? Is it until the end of a J.D. Vance administration? We'll see. But Brendan Carr is one of the prime examples of having figured out that playbook, and now they're just running it as long as they can.
Nancy, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nancy Scola is a reporter covering tech, policy, and politics. Her latest piece for Washingtonian is called How Brendan Carr Became MAGA's Media Watchdog.
And yet, according to some people,